Yes, Jane. You understood what I was saying, and I don't know how you could say that Rhodey was saying the same thing. He was not. The agnostic believes facts exist with X, and the option is the agnostic believes facts exist with not X. Very simple. In both cases, the agnostic believes. It's not a lack of belief.
Yeah, they believe facts exist. That was never under question. I don't really understand your argument.
The agnostic believes in virtue of X. Agnostic believes in virtue of not X. That is the true dichotomy.
I honestly don't understand what.
It is not the case that the agnostic lacks a belief in X, right? It is the case.
What's X?
X is a necessity of God. So, in
Okay,
other
say it
words,
again. Just say it with the necessity of God.
yes, okay, so the agnostic believes that facts exist in sense A, or the agnostic believes that facts exist with not A. That is the true dichotomy.
I truly do not understand why you're trying to make this distinction.
Because what Rhodey was trying to do, he's trying to say the agnostic believes in X, and also he's trying to say the atheist does not believe in X. He's trying to say that's the dichotomy. No.
It is a dichotomy.
No. That's not the
I don't want to
dichotomy.
talk about this. This is
Okay,
stupid and
that's
boring,
fine.
and you talked about it for 2 hours.
I think we made progress, but that's just me.
No,
I mean, the level of cognitive
absolutely did
dissonance
not
is
make
incredible.
progress.
Well, I think I did, but that's just my opinion. I think it shows in the level of the dissonance that's explained in the discomfort.
What did I just... please, I don't want to talk about this boring,
Okay, that's
stupid
fine.
topic anymore.
That's fine.
Hello.
John, have you and Tom agreed on a poker date yet?
Any day is fine with me. I got my bad beats got it out of my system. It was crazy. People were hitting 3.7% miracles on the river consistently. I mean, it was just incredible.
Oh,
Do you play poker at all,
you...
Scorpion? You don't strike me as a person who plays much poker.
If that was to me, I didn't hear you.
I was just wondering if you played any poker. I just didn't seem like.
Yeah, I told you I did last night. I play poker, not all the time, but I used
Like house games, though, right? Like Follow the Queen, Deuces Wild.
No, I just play Texas Hold'em.
Oh, you do play Texas Hold'em?
Yep.
Like online, just mess around.
I have played online, but mostly in person. I used to just play with my friends like a couple times a week.
Oh, wow. You guys play for actual money, like change?
Yeah, well, not change. We used to play for like everybody put in $50.
Oh, like a sit and go, like that.
Sure.
Okay, that's cool.
John, in Godless's room last night when you were a mod, did she make you a mod, or did you just become mod when she left?
Very good question. Jane did not make me a mod. She would never make me a mod. It's someone she modded that made me a mod.
Godless, you mean?
Yes, Godless, after being warned by Tom, I don't see her ever making me a
Well,
mod.
how do you know that it wasn't?
Oh, in that room. Okay, I thought you were talking about the room previously. That particular room, Godless created a room. It's just like if you left the room, Jane, I would by default
Well,
be a
that's why
mod.
I asked if she
Yeah.
modded you or if you became mod because she left. And you said, no, someone else modded you.
Yeah,
And I said, well,
yeah.
how would you know?
No.
So she left and you became.
Yeah, that's what happened in that room. There was a room right before then where it was Daniel was there and other people were there. Gavin was there as well. I don't know about Gavin, but anyway, there was two different situations. One of them I was actually modded by somebody, but not Gigi. And the second, what you're talking about is she just happened to leave the room and I got mod by default, and then she came back. Why are you wondering if she defied Tom and modded me?
Are you saying she demodded you then?
No, I think I just I might have either went down or left or something.
You were
I'm not here to put her in a position to get in trouble.
You were no. You were a mod for hours. You didn't go back.
So I was a mod. Oh, I think I was like the only mod or something, right?
At points, you were the only mod, but there were Gavin.
That's
was
probably
also
why I
a
didn't
mod.
go down.
Gavin was a mod.
I
There
think
were
what
other
Gigi
people.
told me. I think what Gigi told me was she had come back, and I was going, who modded Gavin? That's what I was thinking, right? And I think I overheard Gigi say she was trying to send Gavin down or something, but accidentally modded him or something like that. Did you hear her say that? I thought I did.
No, I was in and out of sleep.
But anyway, that's pretty sure that's what happened. Does it trigger you when I'm mod?
No.
That's good. Now, it triggers her when you argue in circles.
Oh, I think it was the other way around in that last round. I mean, anyone that was listening to what Rody was saying was not representing. Well, we're talking about two different things, two different dichotomies, and apparently everyone else knows Rody's dichotomy, and they were not accepting what the dichotomy
no
is.
one is arguing that agnostics don't believe facts exist. You're like touting this as some sort of revolutionary idea that you have, that atheists believe facts exist, or agnostics believe facts exist. Yes, agnostics believe facts exist.
No, what Rody was arguing was believes, and the dichotomy was not believe, right? So that was the dichotomy. My point is that both of them are believe and believe. Believe in virtue of X, believe in virtue of not X. So in both cases, it's believe and believe. That's the true dichotomy. But what Rody was saying was believe and not believe. That's a misrepresentation of what Darth is saying, what I'm saying, and my understanding was steel manning Darth's position, and people all over, including Jeff and other people, were misrepresenting, saying no, it's believe and not believe, and you don't have doesn't not believe doesn't mean believe otherwise, and they're going that way.
Yeah, you're
dichotomy.
So,
they are believing.
No, so the dichotomy is the part that the reason why I came on the stage is because the dichotomy has an addendum to it, and I don't know why you have an addendum to it. It's do facts exist or do facts not exist? The whole notion of
that's not
because
it.
Of no, hang on, John. The question is the first part of it. If you have a logical discussion or a logical argument, needs to be without a prerequisite. So the question I would have to you is: do facts exist or do facts not exist? That's the first part.
That's not the dichotomy.
He's asking you a
That
different
is
kind.
that is a dichotomy. That's not your dichotomy, but that is a dichotomy. Do you want to have a discussion about that?
Yeah.
Or no?
Well, I mean, it would be the case that the agnostic believes facts exist.
No.
I've not seen anything
No,
agnostic.
Stop with the agnostic believes. The first
I've
part of the
not
discussion
seen
is whether.
agnostics
No,
that say they
John,
lack the belief
time
that
out,
facts
John. You're changing what I'm trying to ask you. My question is, do we want to have a discussion around, do facts exist or do facts not exist? Period. Do you want to have that discussion? Or
No, actually I don't.
Okay.
Wait,
then
Jack, are you here?
That's like the whole. That's the whole
Yeah.
thing right there. So.
But Andre looks exactly like my father.
Yeah, we
This is the whole
already
thing.
have this, Rudy. I'm not your
Like
father.
no. I'm saying that to Jack. This is exactly how my father looks like. Okay,
I know.
John. Okay, John. The point of your argument, right, is that if someone is agnostic and some reasonings and yada yada, the conclusion here is that he is logically committed to being an atheist. That's supposed to be the conclusion.
No, that's not. What I'm contending, Brody, it's very simple. The dichotomy understood is facts exist in virtue of X. Facts exist.
Well, it is not the case.
Can I ask a question, John, real quick?
That's the dichotomy.
No, Andre, I think we have like some type of a progression here, so
No, I
I
know,
would like
but
for
it-
John to.
Okay, after you're done,
To
I'd like to
finish.
ask John a question.
Okay, go ahead. John, go ahead. I didn't talk about the dichotomy, John. I talked about what is the ambition of the argument, and the ambition is to show how agnosticism is impossible, or agnosticism entails indirect atheism. That means that if someone is agnostic, he is logically committed to believe in atheism, even if he doesn't understand that. Right, John?
And so, if it is the case that facts, the person believes facts exist in virtue of not X, it is atheism. That is the argument.
Can I ask a simple question, Rudy?
Wait, how does that follow? How the
Person believes. that
Oh my
facts
God.
exist.
No. What entails from this argument is that God does not exist. Right? That atheism is correct. That doesn't entail that the agnostic believes in atheism.
Can we back up a second, though? Can we just back up a second, Rudy, with John? John,
You're gonna have to go way back.
no, John,
for John.
no. So my point about the premise of the question being, do facts exist or do facts not exist?
That's not a question.
John, if you put your hand in a fire, will it burn off if you hold it there?
That's what you're
That's a simple
discussing
question.
the red herring, sir.
It's not a red herring.
Andre, I'm sorry. Can I please
No, but seriously, that's
No, Andre, let me. Okay, so please let me finish with John. So John, look.
Rudy, you spent like an hour and a half with John in the last.
Yeah, but what you're saying right now is irrelevant. But go.
It's not irrelevant because the premise of the question he has is you're adding the with God part to the end of do facts exist. And if you want to have a logical discussion, why do you have to have the premise of or the adjective, if you will, of if God exists or does not exist? So if you just start with do facts exist or do not exist, that can be a logical discussion. Why can't we start there? I don't understand why that would be a problem.
Because it's already resolved when the question is asked, do facts exist or do not exist? The agnostic that I've witnessed anyway, I'm talking a lot, maybe 30, 40, and without exception,
Just answer the
that
question,
facts
John.
exist. So that's not a debate.
There's no debate that facts exist or do not exist. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Now, you're adding the premise of why facts exist, correct?
Not why. How? How?
Okay, well, wait, time out. So, what's your distinction about why versus how there?
So it's already given that
Andre
the agnostic believes facts exist. The question is, do facts exist? Do you believe facts exist
No, there's no
X,
belief. There's no
do
belief.
you
We started,
believe
John,
facts
we started with
exist in virtue
do
of
facts
not
exist and non-exist. There's no belief.
but the fact that they're believing is already there.
No, there's no belief. We started with the statement, do facts exist or do not exist? And you said they do exist. That's not belief. That's just a statement.
When the agnostic says
That's not
that-
belief.
No.
when
I'm
the
not,
question
John,
is asked, do
John,
facts exist?
John,
And they answer
you
yes, they're
said,
expressing a belief.
I asked the question, do facts exist or do not exist? And you said facts exist. There's no agnostic in here. You said yes.
It's not
Now
a
I
matter
ask
of what
the question
I'm
about why
saying,
is
it's
there
a matter of what
no,
the
John,
agnostic is saying.
stop. Let me finish. Now the question becomes why. I asked why, and you said no. It's not about why. It's about how. So I'm asking about the distinction about between why and how from your point of view about facts existing. It's a simple question. Don't need to predicate on anything. I'm actually asking you for an answer.
Yeah, you're getting stuck on something that the agnostic and the theist agree.
No,
that
I'm not
facts
getting stuck.
exist.
I'm asking you a question. I have no presupposed answer here. I'm just trying to actually understand where you're coming from. It's that simple.
Yeah.
We
So when
agree
we
on
ask the
facts
atheist,
exist. So
when we ask
agree on
the
facts
atheist
exist.
why, or the agnostic, why or how do facts exist, right? I, as a theist, I would just tell you God, right? But when you ask the agnostic, he'll
That's a
say
great
it's
answer.
not
Is that a
God.
why or a how?
And that's an implicit atheism. That's the whole argument.
No, but is
an
your
agnostic
answer a
doesn't
why
need
or
a
a how?
from
I just want to know, do you consider that a why or a how?
I think in this case, it's
I
a
wouldn't say it's
distinction without a
not God,
difference.
John, I wouldn't say it's not God.
See, now he's saying that's a distinction without a difference. Before he was objecting to the use of why instead of how. But now it doesn't matter anymore. Because maybe you're not aware, John Lee is a moron.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get him
Don't worry about it.
I'm trying to get him to vocalize what he's expressing, and I understand where you're coming from.
I already expressed it. I already expressed the dichotomy that you guys
There's no
all
dichotomy.
seem willing to accept.
I said
Okay, option
how,
one.
and you said, I said why, and you said
option
how.
one is agnostic.
What is your why versus what is your how?
May I finish, please? You're so triggered, sir.
I'm not
So
triggered. I'm
option
asking
one, if you want to
question.
listen, oh, there you go, interrupting again. So option one is agnostic believes that facts exist in virtue of X, or the agnostic believes that
No. We started this with
not
facts
X,
exist.
and it would be the case
No, John,
that the
back up.
agnostic
You're
believes
changing the
virtue
discussion.
not X
John,
every
back up.
time.
You changed the discussion.
Every time.
We started with facts exist. You and I both agree that facts exist, correct?
And now you want to talk about something different. I'm not going to engage further. I'm not going to entertain it.
You said that facts exist. I'm actually asking you the question. We both believe that facts exist.
I'm not saying that facts exist. The agnostic. I mean, I do say facts exist.
No.
But what I'm saying is irrelevant. What I'm saying. Okay. And so
I'm
the
actually
agnostic is saying facts exist in both horns.
No. We're not talking about that. We both agreed, and you said at the beginning of this discussion that facts exist. Now we're trying to understand the distinction between your use of how versus why. That's all we're trying to figure out.
So the distinction, once again, of how or why is irrelevant in a sense that we're talking about in virtue of. Whether in virtue represents why,
Why do you keep pushing
whether
it?
in virtue
He fucking fucked up when he said that.
How is irrelevant.
Jonathan, or just say it doesn't matter how or why.
That's what I
said. The
said.
same.
I said that.
Okay, great. So stop asking, Andre. He's not going to answer that question.
I agree. You're right.
One more clarifying question, John. Is it in virtue of it or by virtue of it?
John, do facts exist?
John, do facts exist? Who's asking that?
Al.
Al?
Yeah.
Yes. Facts exist.
Do facts exist? No.
Yes.
Just do facts.
Yes, facts exist, Albedo. I believe
just
facts
do
exist.
Facts. No, I didn't say exist. I said do facts.
My question was, do facts exist?
Ah, God damn it! There was something there and I missed it. It was gold.
So you're gonna get
you want to know whether facts can exist or not? Is this what we're talking about?
Now the wheels are spinning.
Now totally.
Real facts how exist.
Once again of
Exist how will
yeah.
fact.
So we're going by what the agnostic replies. Okay. So the question is not asking the
Aren't you just
agnostic
making the
about
question then, John
existence
Lee?
of facts. He's actually asking
Exist
the facts.
fact how why.
John,
If I put my hands
the
on
reason why
fire,
that's
so
not
many-
actually a true
so
dichotomy is
That's a fact.
because there's actually two factors.
I wouldn't agree with that.
There's the exhaustive account is not X believes Y, or well, it's going to be X believes not Y, or believes not Y.
I don't.
And that's
there's
going to be
a-
four ways it can be
it's a
stated.
fact that if I don't eat for a year, I will die.
Okay. Are you just over like this? This is the logical way that all of them can be accounted for. Every single one of them. It's like it's a complete exhaustive account of how an agent could say it. And
Do facts exist?
Yeah,
Again,
it's like
again.
it's like this. Okay, the question is the agnostic believes in virtue of X or
That's not the
believes
question.
in virtue of not X. That's what it is.
You made that question.
It's not that difficult.
We keep making
Believes
a
in virtue
statement,
of
and
X
you keep changing it to a
and
question.
believes
not
in
what
virtue
an
of not X.
agnostic believes.
And what I'm saying is that if agnostic believes in virtue of X, they are necessarily a theist. If they believe in virtue of not
Yeah.
X, they are.
That doesn't
by
follow.
implication,
Yeah, yeah. So that
Why
doesn't
can't
follow.
you just
That
lack
doesn't-
both of those beliefs, John?
Why can't
Wait,
why?
wait,
I
can
mean,
I
that's
say?
really just going
So
right over
what
your
you gave.
head.
Why can't they
so
lack
John,
both those beliefs?
no. So it's not about the beliefs. Just think about what he said right now. It is the case that they believe that facts exist in virtue of X, or it is not the case they believe that facts exist, period, in virtue of X.
No, the second
Right.
part is wrong again, Rody.
Yeah, for once in your life, just think about what you said, John.
The dichotomy to that horn, it's the case that they believe in virtue of not X. In both cases, they are believing.
There's no belief, John.
Okay, in virtue of
Here, will I die?
Andre. Wait, so it is in virtue of X or it is not in virtue of X? Now, is it a belief?
False! Come on, Rody. It is the case that the person believes in virtue of X or believes in virtue of not X.
No. So if they believe in virtue of X, this X doesn't have to be believed. So whether or not, right, they believe in virtue of God or they believe in virtue of something that is not God, that doesn't entail whether or not they're agnostic, theists, or atheists. You know why? Because the thing in virtue of which they believe it doesn't have to be a belief, right? So if you're saying they believe in virtue of God, let's say, or they believe in virtue of something that is not God, this thing that it is in virtue of, as you said, is not a belief. So that doesn't entail whether or not they are theists, atheists, or agnostics.
Rody, you're
they are
starting
having a
cognitive
belief.
dissonance now. You're basically asking a question that's going to make him confront his cognitive dissonance versus changing the question. I get what you're trying to do, but it's not going to. You're just going to make him have to actually answer his cognitive dissonance, which it doesn't make any sense to me.
John, if you look in the chat, I wrote every way that you could write it down, and each one of those does not like logically entail the other. So you could ask each one of those questions.
John,
What he said, no.
Yeah, Beto, I'm talking about the first one, right? And that first one is a true dichotomy.
Okay, so let's say
And you guys are talking about the second part.
that's
Albedo.
not.
It's not
Yeah,
what
but they
Doug
both
Martin is
matter.
arguing. It's not what
But
I'm saying.
you have to take them both because it's not an exhaustive account. That's the point.
and John, you're the one who adds belief in the question. Belief is a completely separate issue from whether facts exist or not. So do you believe in facts?
Well, the agnostic every time has acknowledged that they believe facts exist.
There's no
Simple as
belief.
that.
You're the
You
one
keep
adding.
adding the word belief to it. Al's correct there. You keep saying the word belief. Stop saying that and actually answer it without belief and see how you sound.
Do facts exist?
And so the agnostic acknowledges belief, once again, in facts to exist.
Okay, acknowledges that belief.
You added that.
Just you keep adding that.
No, I'm not adding it.
Yes, you
They are
did. You just
acknowledging.
actually answered the question by adding.
They are acknowledging, from what I've seen.
John, if you put
The
your hand in the
question is
fire,
this:
will your hand burn off?
do you believe?
No, hang on,
facts
John. If you
exist
put
is
your
the
hand in the
question.
fire, will your hand burn off?
Now, when they are asked, do you believe facts exist? The
I'm not
agnostic
talking
answer
about
yes
facts for a second. I'm actually
every
asking you just a
single
simple
time.
question.
Every single time.
I'm actually asking you a simple question. If you put your hand in a fire and you leave it there, will your hand burn off? That's all I want to know. Yes or
When
no?
the question was asked, do you believe facts
John,
exist? It was acknowledged affirmatively every time.
I'm asking you a simple question. If you put your hand in a fire and you leave it in the fire, will your hand burn off? Yes or no?
It depends
I
on what
certainly
it does.
believe so. Sure.
You believe so? Really?
If God is there, He won't let your hand burn.
Apparently.
Right? If you put your hand in the fire and God is there, He's not going to let your hand burn. Right?
He puts people in hell. Don't forget about that.
Well, He doesn't have to, though.
Of course he's going to
Well,
let
he's
his
going
hands
to.
burn.
Not
Well, but burning in hell may only be analogical to burning on earth. Just so you know.
Well, we can play this game.
So we have no idea,
right?
I found it interesting what
if you don't
Albedo
eat
was
for a
trying to
year,
do there
will
when
you
that's
die?
not even the dichotomy. Okay.
John,
He
John,
claims
we can
it's
play this game-
exhaustive. It's
we can play
ridiculous.
this game all you want, though. Like, if you don't eat for a year, will you die? Like, do you believe that you're not going to die?
It's not even a game to me, right? I'm not a presuppositional apologist, Andre.
I'm not asking you
And
for
so all I'm
you're
saying
just
is
a
I'm
dummy.
observing
Stop
is a
saying
legitimate argument.
It's a simple question.
With regard
if you don't eat
to
for a year, will you
agnostic-
die, John?
Listen, I just got here, but why don't we let John slowly go through the reasoning?
Oh, because he has many
agnostics-
times.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
but it's funny when he
be
does
very
it
brief.
repeatedly.
I'll
Can we just
be
like have a
very
never
brief.
mind.
Well, this is what I observed. Darth Dawkins simply asks, do you believe facts exist? Believe. The agnostic doesn't say, I lack belief in God. No, that's not the question being asked. He says, I believe that facts exist. This is his statement. So now we have the agnostic believing that facts exist.
Come on,
So then
That's
the
a bad
question is,
premise.
so the question
Stop.
is, the question is, does the agnostic believe in virtue of X or believe that facts exist
That's
in
your
virtue of not X? And that is the true
It's
dichotomy.
not Dawkins' argument.
It's not a true dichotomy. I've already told you why.
Yeah. It's not a true
Did you
dichotomy.
see,
It's
John,
true,
did
but it's
you,
not even close to what John said either, because
John,
Johnny is
did
too
you-
stupid to even know what that other dumbass said.
did you see
Yeah,
Albedo's
so
comment in
the true
chat
dichotomy.
listing all of the dichotomies that you could use?
Well, it's not a it's
Yeah.
but yeah, it's an exhaustive account.
A dichotomy will be.
So it's not the case
So
that
they
we're
cut
talking about not believe,
John,
because they are believing
Please let me.
in fact to exist.
Please,
in
John, let me
virtue of
say,
X or in virtue of not
they
X.
don't have to be
True
committed to
dichotomy.
anything. So the true dichotomy, no, it's not the true dichotomy. The true dichotomy should be something like, it is the case that an agent believes that facts exist in virtue of X, or it is not the case that agent A believes
No. That is not
facts
the
exist,
dichotomy.
not in virtue.
Well,
I know that. Wait. I know that this is not what you said. I know that. I'm saying this is
But
what
Rudy
you
is giving
said
you-
because
Yes.
what you are saying, but because what you are saying is not a true dichotomy.
John, you have to add belief because that's the whole basis of your argument. You cannot leave belief in any argument. You have
So,
to
and
include.
and another thing here is that if his dichotomy, even let's suppose it is even dichotomous, just for the sake of the argument, that doesn't necessitate the fact that if someone is agnostic, that will entail indirect atheism, because X is God. So the dichotomy that John proposes right now, that agents believe that facts exist in virtue of God, not in virtue of the belief in God. He was very clear about that. In virtue of God, or it is not the case that agent believes.
No. So
In fact, don't say no, because you said multiple times that you didn't say belief in X, but you said in virtue of X, not the belief in X.
and so what I'm trying to tell you, Rody, it's the case that that there's belief in X in both situations. So it's like
I agree.
given.
No one disagrees with
Hang
that.
on. Given that the person believes that X exists, it is in virtue of X or not X. It's that simple. That's a dichotomy.
Okay. It is the case that it is virtue of X, or it is not the case that it is in virtue of X.
That's
right?
correct. There you go. That's the
I
true
understand.
dichotomy.
I said the exact same thing before. The exact point-to-point same thing before. Okay?
No, it's
And I'm
not the
saying
same
that
thing, Brody. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
There is
What's not the
no
same thing?
meaningful difference. I don't know why you keep batting this.
No.
John, there is no meaningful difference.
I promise you, because I don't want to restate.
Because when you say that's not the
because
case,
waste
it could
of
be
time.
that they lack a belief in facts to exist.
No, because you didn't invoke the belief. You said in virtue of
Because when
facts.
you lack
Now,
belief in facts to exist, it is not the case necessarily, right?
That's correct. This is
That's why
I said.
that's why that particular dichotomy needs to be more narrow to incorporate that.
I understand.
That
John, listen to me.
person
You are
believes
interrupting me.
facts
You
exist.
interrupted me, John. Okay, so look, I agreed with you. We have the first statement as agent believe that facts exist, whether or not the agent is agnostic or an atheist or a theist or whatever. Right? Then you're saying it is the case that they believe that in virtue of X, X being God, so let me just restate it. It is the case that they believe it in virtue of God, or it is not the case that they believe it in virtue of God. Right?
No, the best way to phrase it is the agnostic believes facts exist. Then you begin to reason. It is the case. It is in virtue of X. It is the case. It is not in virtue of X. Now, when you say it is the case that the agnostic believes, it is not the case that the agnostic believes. You are now broadening it to incorporate
John, I said, John, wait, John,
with the flat earth.
John,
Can we watch a different topic than John?
John, I said the exact same thing that you said.
Yeah,
Let me
Roddy,
repeat, okay?
No, he did not say the exact same thing.
No. Okay.
If it is
Okay,
exactly
I did. I was wrong. I was entirely wrong. Wait, Andre, wait a second. Wait, just one.
Brody,
last
one
chance,
second.
and
I want you to go, but I just want to. What do you think the hang-up is before any more continuing? Because I don't think we're addressing the issue here.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is a psychological issue here. I agree with you with that. But before that, let me. I'm very hopeful. I don't know why I don't know why. Okay.
Well, I think that paint huffing is probably physiological.
Agent. Okay, so John, the dichotomy here is that Agent X. Right. We are granting the idea that the agnostic believes that facts exist, right? And then the step is to say the agnostic believes that facts exist, right, in virtue of X, or it is not the case that facts exist in virtue of X. Can I ask you a question?
No. That's not.
Well, he's not going to give you your premise. You're discussing whether
because I already explained to you, Rodeo, what that is broad to where you put it is the case that he doesn't even believe facts exist can be incorporated. What I'm saying is no. In both cases, it is necessary that the agnostic believes facts exist.
I granted that multiple times,
So why is it so difficult to hold to that dichotomy?
Doesn't matter if you grant it, Brody. If you zig, he'll zag, and you say, "Okay, I'll zag with you." He'll zig. You know what I'm saying? That's the case.
Using the word beliefs.
John accepted the wave.
Presupposition on certain things.
Yeah, but now, right? But he can't have any common ground with you, so now he has to do it the other way. Say, no, you don't understand.
Wait.
John, he's going back and forth every time. Every time you agree with him.
I think I know what the issue is.
John, can you
I think
accept
that
the
he
wave?
just thinks that it's entailed that if you say that you don't believe in P, it's entailed that you believe in not P.
That's absolutely false. 100%.
No, not what he said. This is not what he
Well,
said.
that's what it seems like.
No,
that's why I gave you the analogy about atheism, right? The lacking belief, right? There's no lacking belief here, right? It is the case that that the person
John, if
Given,
you can't
given,
state your
how about-
statement without
how
the
about
word
this?
belief,
Let me
you
be more.
can't
Yeah,
Let me
do
be more
anything.
Yeah,
specific.
there's no, John,
Given,
you either believe or you don't believe, right?
may I even finish? Given
Well, then,
that the
please clear this
agnostic
up.
believes facts exist, right?
You keep using the
It
word
is
belief.
facts
virtue
exist.
of,
Use the word belief.
Shut, John.
it is in
Sorry.
virtue of X, or it is not in virtue of X.
Right. So they either believe it's in virtue of X, or they believe that it's in virtue of not X, right? And if they believe that it's in virtue of not
in both
X,
cases, there
and
is
if it's,
belief,
and if
there
it
is
is,
propositional
and
attitude.
if they believe in virtue of not X, they lack the belief
No,
that it's in
no,
virtue
they're
of
not
X.
lacking belief.
So
That's
it's
what I'm saying.
No?
They're not lacking
Then-
belief. They're believing.
then
in
why,
facts.
then why is lack of belief an option for you?
Lack
John
of belief is only an option
Shut up,
if you're
Andre.
creating a dichotomy
What does it mean?
that involves either they believe in
Sorry.
facts or they don't believe in
Facts.
facts.
John,
You
can you
guys
accept,
are
John,
using
Wait,
a preposition, right?
No, we've already accepted.
Albedo,
We've already taken the horn where you believe in facts.
represents
It's just a
We already-
proposition.
Just a
John Lee, no. We've already taken the horn.
Is the dichotomy.
John, no prepositional phrases. Already taken the horn that believing in facts. You're pointing to, in virtue of what do you believe in facts? Is it in virtue of believing in X or in virtue of not believing in X?
No, in virtue of X or in virtue of
No.
not X. Not believe.
yes.
Yeah, see, that's
This
where
is-
the false
Oh, you're not saying belief anymore? Oh, wow, look at that.
Albedo,
No, we're talking about belief in
Albedo.
facts.
This is why, wait, just one second, John. Albedo, this is why I said before that
Imagine
this argument doesn't even target the point of showing from agnosticism to atheism, because it might be the case that I believe in something, and I believe that, right, like the cause of this belief is God, or it is not the case that the cause of my
But that's
belief
all
is God.
BS. If you don't
Yeah,
think
the
or
cause
agree,
of
No, no, no.
belief is God,
That's
or
like-
the cause
Wait,
of
don't
belief
put Rodeo
is
on
not God.
Just one second. So Albedo, and he said yes right now, right? So that doesn't entail whether God exists or doesn't exist. That doesn't entail that agnosticism is entails indirect atheism. It's actually have nothing to do with it. I
Yeah, I
believe.
agree. You can believe that
This-
facts
this
exist and not know the entailments of what facts are, or like where they
No,
come
not even the not even the entailments of the facts. Maybe you know facts exist. The fact is not constituted by God, but God made you to believe of this fact.
Why does that
You can
matter?
have like many different options. It doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't show the conclusion
There are
that
many different
agnosticism entails. Because
John,
under
they're
his
not
conception,
talking
under
to you.
his argument, right? Albedo, under his argument, it doesn't show that agnosticism entails indirect atheism logically in any way, actually. It doesn't have to do, like, it has nothing to do with what Darth trying to show.
But that still gets to this point of belief. Why does that constitute belief?
I think I have to see it
No.
written down, Rody. Could you do that for me?
Yeah. I will write it
Okay,
down.
thank you. I think I'm thought why I agree with you, anyways. But I want to see what, because I guess maybe I'm confused about what John's trying to say.
In belief in X in virtue of Y, belief in X in virtue of not Y. That is the true dichotomy.
Sure. What if they don't have a belief that it's not X or not Y?
Okay, so now if you're saying that they have a belief in not X, well, every single one asked is such the case that they all believed in X.
Oh, sorry,
every single
that's
one of
the
them,
X.
every single agnostic.
Sorry. Then I meant the Y. Like, why can't they say I believe in X and I don't know anything else about it?
Thank you. That's fine.
So-
That's the issue.
So that's what I'm saying. So it is either the case that they believe in virtue of X being God, right, and the necessity of God, more specifically. So it's in virtue
you
of
said X
necessity
is-
of God, or
Well,
in
X is just
virtue
a
of
belief in our
not
facts.
X is
the
facts.
necessity of God.
X is facts.
Yeah, you're already lost again, John.
I meant to
X
say
is just
Y.
believing that there are facts. Right. So then you're not addressing what Albedo just brought up then. It could be that they believe in facts, but they have no belief at all about why.
It's not a separate belief. It's belief in virtue of. It's
Oh
not.
my
It's not
god.
a belief in virtue of another belief,
That's a separate belief.
or belief in virtue of not another belief. That's not what. That's not what it is. It's a
Of course it
prepositional
is.
phrase.
A prepositional phrase?
In virtue of God, the necessity of God, in virtue of not the necessity of God. There's no beliefs in there.
Yes, this
What?
is why he
That's
doesn't
not a
show
belief?
anything. Yeah, this is why I said multiple
Yeah, it's time to
times
move on.
Albedo. By the way, Albedo, I wrote them down.
I got it.
Like I
Yeah,
gave you.
it makes much
Yeah.
more sense now.
This is why I say you're a dipshit, John.
Albedo, do you see how there is nothing to do with the ambition to show how agnosticism entails indirect atheism?
Yeah.
Do you see how stupid it is to even
Well,
claim something like
I
that?
can
Well,
see
I
why
see what you
they're
guys
getting
are arguing.
confused. I think when it's written down, it's a lot easier to see it. That's might be why.
It is a lot easier. I wrote it down in the chat.
No. Okay, this is what he wrote down in chat. We'll see if this is what Rhodey wrote down.
Just copy and paste in chat.
He said, option 1, facts exist in virtue of X. Option 2, facts exist in virtue of not X. And then he said, agnostics believe facts exist without X. Not believes facts exist with X. Agnosticism is not the lack of belief. The facts exists. Agnostic believes, all caps, facts exist, all caps. Ridiculous.
Yeah, basically that guy.
Well, basically, it was a fucking screenshot. It's word for word.
Yeah, and I stand by every single word except for
Basically,
when I put not. When I put not, it should be not in virtue of. And so
What do you think it is that Rhodey wrote?
Rhodey
different
is
for
saying
him,
that
discussion
it
with the
is the
flat earth.
case or it is not the case. That's what he's saying. So in other words, he's incorporating in the beginning of his proposition of where believes in facts in virtue of God, and then his dichotomy is it is not the case that the agnostic believes in facts but the necessity of God, right?
Yeah.
And
See,
so,
this is
so
why I
there
said
is
it's
no,
not a
there is
true
no,
dichotomy.
there is no why and not why in Rhodey's dichotomy.
I agree with
I
you.
also agree Rhodey's is a dichotomy, a true dichotomy, but
But
that
this
is
is
not
why
the
I gave
dichotomy
you
being
mine.
argued because in Rhodey's not the second horn of Rhodey, the possibilities opened up to where the person does not even believe that facts exist at all. And that would be incorporated in X.
How is this
So what
discussion
I'm
different
saying is
from a
that
flat earth
dichotomy, when
discussion?
narrowed, requires the agnostic to believe that facts exist.
Yeah.
And it's
this
crystal
was
clear.
talk-
There's no room for any
All right,
other
can I go
option.
now? Can I go now? Thank you. His P1 is agnostics believe in facts. P2 is they believe that it has been caused by God, or that's not the case. In fact, the virtue of God. Now I know that's what you're saying is not the case, but this is why I've been trying to tell you is they're not actually true dichotomies. They are just dichotomic as far as one, it's either God or not God. But what you're not adding to the dichotomy to make it exhaustive is belief and not belief. That's why it's not exhaustive. There's 4 different accounts.
Well, once again, it's not a matter of belief and not belief, right? It's given belief, right? And then it's why or not why. When you have why or not why, given X, it is a true dichotomy.
No, it's
given
not.
Given X, Y. Given X, not Y is a true dichotomy.
And when the epistemic, because that's ontology, you bring in epistemic, you're adding another factor, not belief and belief.
No. Nowhere in there is belief and not belief.
Are you
Otherwise,
talking about ontology?
Otherwise, there wouldn't be given belief.
Right, so you're saying this has nothing to do with people believing?
It has everything to do with in virtue of what they are believing. There is only 2 options.
Okay, well, let's just say
So it is about believing.
the ontology is, it's either in virtue of P or not P, sure. But that doesn't tell you anything about their beliefs, or does it?
It does tell you that they believe in virtue of X. They believe in virtue of not X. That is, there are
Which
no
one
other
does it?
possible options.
Which one does it tell you they believe in?
There are no other possible
No,
options there.
which one does it
Given
tell you they
belief,
believe in?
there are no other possible options. You're
Which
saying
one
you're
does
saying
it
that
tell
well,
you, John?
well,
John, Albedo's going to ask you a question. Just answer it, okay?
Which one does it tell you they believe in?
depends on what they pick. Obviously, they're not going to pick in virtue of the necessity of God. That would make them a theist.
If they believe, now, if the moment you add in belief in there, it's no longer a true dichotomy.
Why not?
Because you're adding another factor called epistemology.
Exactly.
So the fact of the matter is that they are believing that facts exist.
You're
Right?
the one. Yeah, that's
So
epistemology.
the agnostic, right? Call him person agent A if you want. Agent A is believing that facts exist. What believing that facts exist does not make agent A an agnostic or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Right?
Okay.
And so given that agent A believes X,
What is
the
your belief?
dichotomy is such there are only two possible options by which agent A believes X to be true, which is Y and not Y. Those are the only two possible options. There are no other possible options.
In ontology,
Therefore, being
correct.
that there are no other possible options, it is a true dichotomy.
It's a true dichotomy in ontology, but it doesn't tell you anything about their beliefs.
Belief.
By the way, Albedo, did you understand why I wrote to you what I wrote?
Yeah, but he's going to deny that because he doesn't want to involve beliefs.
No.
But that's where the problem is.
No, I didn't say belief. What?
Stick a beer in, John Lee, to be honest with you. Thought Jack Angstreich was in there. What?
I'm checking it out now.
So it represents theism
No, don't
necessarily.
interrupt, John. You're going to get confused.
Yeah. So this is the first way, right? Because I didn't add any comma there. Or I can also say I believe that my cat exists, comma, in virtue of God. Why the comma is important here? Because I only believe that my cat exists.
That's grammatically
Don't-
incorrect to put a comma
No.
before
And
a preposition.
wait. I only believe that my cat exists. I only believe that my cat exists. But the cause, right? The thing that explains my belief is God. Not that I believe in God, but God Himself explains why I believe that my cat exists. Right? So I'm asking you, which of those interpretations are correct when you're applying it to your quote-unquote true dichotomy?
You might want to ask him if he understands the difference first.
Well, I think he did because he was going to say one of them is wrong. So which one's correct, John?
No, all I said was that if the person takes the first horn, they're necessarily theist. The
No,
second part,
answer the
that you try
question.
to make the distinction of putting a comma and then put a prepositional in virtue of, grammatically, there is no comma with the preposition, not the with the prepositional phrase.
Fine, put an
John, you have
index
to
in
use
there.
commas.
Fine, just put an index in there.
It's not a comma
John,
user.
John, I don't really understand. Look, are you saying I believe that my cat exists? Right. Okay, sorry. I believe that. This entire sentence that I'm about to say, I believe that. Okay? That my cat exists in virtue of God. All of this is one belief.
Peace Transit.
Or it is the case that you're saying that I believe that my cat exists. And the reason why I believe that is because I saw it. I'm not saying that this is what I believe in, right? The cause of my belief is that I saw it. Not the reason of my belief, but the cause of my belief is that I saw it. Do you understand
Two
the
separate
difference?
beliefs there.
Yeah.
One
One
so
is
you just ignore the dichotomy presented. That's all. And you try to put a different context in the explanation of because I saw it.
No, he's
I'm
asking
not.
you which one of them is the one that you want to present.
Look, because the point here is that in virtue there can be the reason or the cause, right? The reason why someone believes that facts exist is because of God. This is their internal reason, right? Internal justifications for what explains that facts exist. And you can also say it is because that God caused them to believe that facts exist. Right? It's not in virtue of their own reasoning, it's because God caused them to think that. This is why I'm asking you, what do you mean by in virtue of?
Yeah, in virtue of meaning the
Reason or cause?
metaphysical grounding, basically.
Okay. So metaphysical. Okay.
When you say that you saw because you saw it, it's not addressing metaphysical grounding.
No. Forget about. Okay. So in this case, it is the metaphysical grounding or it is not the case that it is a metaphysical grounding, right? Why they
or you
X.
believe in virtue of not metaphysical grounding.
When you're
upon
saying
God.
in virtue of, do you mean reason or do you mean cause?
I don't know what your position is, but I'm claiming that there's a for epistemic for epistemology
Albino, you are
there's
much better.
the metaphysical grounding, metaphysics.
He's
Master-
asking what
Master
your
Albino.
position is. He's not asking you to guess what Rhodey's position is. He's asking what you mean when you say
Yeah,
in
I
virtue
did.
of.
And so I mean, if it is the case that you do agree that epistemological epistemology necessitates metaphysics, which I would claim, you could disagree with that. We could debate that, right? But if you do agree that it's based upon metaphysics, then we look at God or not God.
You don't present any position. Oh, wait, Albedo, Master Albedo, please try to communicate because you are probably better than me.
Wait, just one second. JJ, can you invite Tom up? And also, Jeff, can you say what you wrote in chat just out loud?
Yeah, so John, are you trying to say that when you predicate or invoke facts that you're necessarily saying something about the metaphysical grounding, and that metaphysical grounding could either be God or not God?
Yes, metaphysical grounding. I mean, you could debate whether metaphysical grounding is necessary or not, right? But it's the case that when we look at it, it's a simple thing. It's either God or not God.
Right.
And
So
if it's not God, well, there's an ultimate. I mean, there's a universe. There's this. There's that. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things.
So are you agreeing
But
that
it's still a dichotomy of God or not God.
Right, so you agree with me that your view is that when you predicate or invoke facts, that you're necessarily saying something about the metaphysical ultimate, right?
I wouldn't necessarily use the word ultimate, but I will say that there is a metaphysical grounding. That in other words, when you're looking at beliefs and epistemology, every single epistemology requires some sort of metaphysics. And so when we talk about God and not God, we are talking about metaphysics there.
So you agree that when you invoke facts, it's going to commit you to some form of a metaphysic, right? One specific metaphysic.
That would be my claim. You could disagree with it, but that would be my claim.
All right, so fix that. That's a problem.
Okay, and maybe I'm like completely off base here, but like, what? Even if there are two true dichotomous horns that I have to pick, you're saying I have to pick from one of them? Like, why can't I just say I don't know? That is so baffling to me. Why?
You can.
Am I okay?
No,
but John doesn't think so.
Well, not only, but the agnostic you must.
Yeah, so I don't understand John's argument for why I can't just say I don't know.
He just doesn't understand what agnosticism means.
It's like this. It's like this, Jane. Do you believe that God exists? I mean, do you believe that there is no God? It's either the case you believe there's no God, or it's the case that you do not believe there's no God. Right?
From your point of view,
there's no other option.
No.
My point is, I don't know is not an acceptable answer.
It is.
I mean,
No, the agnostic say the second one. They don't believe that there's
You don't
no
have to
God.
assert cause and belief.
agnostic just doesn't believe either. Oh my God.
Or doesn't know.
If the answer
Or
is
doesn't know.
if the answer is no to both of those, John Lee, where does that leave you? Oh no, it wouldn't be no to both of those.
No, it's a true dichotomy.
You don't believe that God exists, and you don't believe that God does not exist. That's what agnosticism is.
That's what I'm saying.
No, once again, no, that's not what agnosticism is.
It is.
If you believe there's no God, right, you are an atheist, right? If you lack the belief there's no God, you can be either an agnostic or a theist.
No.
What do you mean? No.
Because that actually,
a theist lacks the belief there's no God, and agnostic lacks the belief there's no God. So what are you talking about?
I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Because answering one doesn't logically entail the other.
This is
Saying
why
I don't believe in God doesn't logically entail.
But the third point is, when you put up the dichotomy of you either believe there are no gods or you lack that belief, to say, well, I don't know, is not a possible option to the true dichotomy of one or the other. And not only so,
Well,
No,
not,
no.
that is
The lack of belief there
You
is
might
no
be
God
uncertain
does not
about your
entail
belief.
agnosticism. It can entail.
Well, first of all, do you understand what I was saying about like how it doesn't logically entail the other?
He doesn't.
Just so we can
No, he doesn't
make sure that
understand.
we're on that same page. Well, I just want to make sure he does. Maybe he can get to that point where he does understand it.
I mean,
Like, if
you
you say-
guys are dancing all over the. It's a very simple concept,
what
right?
is-
You're
what
not
is John-
addressing the concept.
What is
You're
John even
avoiding the
saying?
concept at all costs.
Okay.
The concept is that you believe that facts exist in virtue of X, or Y, I should say, or you believe that facts exist in virtue of not Y. It's not that difficult.
What? That's a false dichotomy.
We've been saying this for hours.
That's not
Christian.
that was trivially a false dichotomy, right? Because you could not believe it exists in virtue of anything.
Because Detroit, it's given that one believes in X.
No, it's
Right?
not.
So there's no dichotomy of believe in X or not believe in X. It is the case that there's a belief in X. Now, given that there's a belief in X, it is in virtue of Y or not Y. That is the true dichotomy.
That is the false dichotomy. That's just straightforward false dichotomy, right? It might not be in virtue of anything, or it might be in virtue of something else. And someone can have any attitude they want. Tried that. So it's, yeah. Wait.
It's
like a brick wall.
Move on to a real topic.
We're talking about the agnostic that believes facts exist. We're not talking about the agnostic that doesn't believe that facts exist.
But wait,
obviously,
Detroit,
that's already
you should just explain the scope error there to him.
Look, the agnostic thinks that there's some fact X. They think that X obtains in virtue of, in some sense, in virtue of Y. They may think it obtains in virtue of, in some sense, of in virtue of X. They may have no opinion on what it exists in virtue of, or they may not have any opinion that it exists in virtue of anything at all. They may think that whole discourse is confused. And there's just like an incredible number of options that the agnostic could avail themselves here. And the dichotomy that you present is just like trivially false.
Yeah, but show him how he could have a true dichotomy by moving the...
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of different dichotomies that you can construct here. For example, they believe that X exists in virtue of Y, or they do not believe that X exists in virtue of...
Yeah, but
that's a true dichotomy.
Show him, but I don't think he's understanding, I don't think he's getting the scope error.
I actually addressed
there.
that, Jack.
It
is not the case that person A believes in X, right? It could be that they lack the belief that facts exist.
Yeah, so if you want to build, it in,
exist in virtue
if you want to build, if you want to build it into your dichotomy that they believe in X, you could just say they believe. Here's your true dichotomy: they believe in X and they believe X exists in virtue of Y, or they believe in X and they don't believe that X exists in virtue of Y. That's a dichotomy which is true if you're granting that they believe.
But you're opening up the possibility that the person lacks the belief that facts exist. Okay.
No.
And so the fact of the matter is that the agnostic does believe that facts exist. At least on the interviews that I've seen, 30 or 40 of them.
And the statement that both forms of the dichotomy included them committing to facts.
That the person believes that facts exist. It is in virtue of X or not. I mean, in virtue of Y.
Did you understand the dichotomy that I presented? Because both of the horns included a commitment.
Yeah.
Agnostics have an understanding.
So that doesn't leave open that option, John, the way that Detroit framed it.
So the way you framed it is you said it is not the case that Agent A believes in virtue of Y.
No, that wasn't one of the horns. I'll write it in text.
Yeah, please write it in text.
Wait, Detroit, can you just tell me if you agree with what I wrote down in the chat?
Are you looking forward to it, Tom?
Looking forward to what?
To the silence?
Wait,
Uh,
Detroit, can you?
I mean, I'm still
not sure when you're dealing with somebody like this. You're dealing with cognitive dissonance, and you're dealing
Andre.
I don't know, but you're like barely audible. And
Okay.
So, like, if you don't,
sorry.
yeah, I read your what you wrote out, Detroit. I mean, it makes sense to me, right? But so you're saying that it cannot be written X exists, and it's in virtue of not Y. You can't say that.
I don't think that's well formed, but maybe there's a way to formulate that.
So why can't it be X
it's a
exists?
different.
Can I refer X exists, and X exists in virtue of Y, and
Says here.
or X exists, and X exists in virtue of not Y.
That's a scope.
That would be a long statement. I'm actually not sure that statement's well formed. Not in virtue of not Y doesn't really make a lot of sense, but because it's not an entity.
But he wants to say
Several people have tried to explain this to him.
But he wants to say what he really wants to say, right? Is not in virtue of Y.
Yeah, I think I figured this out one time because Darth wants to say that you can't be agnostic, like it's impossible. And then when I talked to him one time, and from what I've gleaned, it seems to, like, when you actually dig down and unpack that, all it means is, well, all he's trying to say is that you can't be agnostic or else you're irrational.
Well,
that just means that you can be agnostic.
Yeah, well, it depends on what you mean.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Depends on what
There we
you
go.
mean
Thank
by
you.
irrational.
Thank you. It's been fun, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. I'll be here all week.
But
Bye.
It depends on what you mean by irrational there, because if you're ignorant of the entailment, then in one sense you're not irrational, right? In another sense of irrational, you might say you're irrational, where you're understanding irrationality to mean something like being committed to a contradiction or something like that. But like there's a sense.
Yeah, but this is much
irrational-
more able to be wielded as far as a discussion. Like, we can just skip all that dichotomy crap. And now John is making the claim that agnosticism is irrational. So just support it, and then we'll be done. Well, I mean, when they start believing that facts don't exist, that is the other option.
No, but there's a sense in which Darth is correct, right? Which is, it is true that if it's an essential property of the Christian God that he is known, then I guess you have to put it in terms, because you have to distinguish between suppressed belief or not. I mean, it would follow from the fact.
As well as,
are you just saying it's irrational? It's irrational via external critique. I mean, that's going to be the case, but who cares?
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not the case. Like, if you have a suppressed belief, let's grant that there could be these like suppressed beliefs. If you have a suppressed belief that God exists, but your second order belief is that you believe that you don't believe that God exists, right? That's what the agnostic is claiming, right? And if in fact it's an essential property of the Christian God that if he exists, he is known, right? It's going to follow that if you were correct about that second order belief, that it would commit you to atheism about that God.
But you don't. What if you don't know the entailments?
No, I'm saying it commits you to it. You don't have to know the entailment. I'm saying it commits you to it.
Yeah, you're committed to it, but if you don't understand the entailment, then you could still be agnostic.
Yeah, that's right. I grant that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that that if you were correct about your second order belief, it would follow that the Christian God could not exist, just in virtue of you being correct.
I want to ask a question on behalf of John Lee to Jack. Let's say you believe facts exist, but you don't believe facts exist in virtue of some other belief. You believe it in virtue of a prepositional phrase.
I don't know what any of that means.
Can you elucidate, John?
You're speaking gibberish.
Am I?
See, what JJ wants to say is that he's just repeating what John Lee said, and if John Lee is calling it gibberish, John Lee is describing what he said as gibberish.
Yeah, he's not steel manning me, Jack.
No, I'm not saying he is.
So-
I'm just saying that's what he's trying to do.
So then you accept that you can believe that facts exist in virtue of another belief.
In virtue of another reason.
Yeah, but actually, I think there might be an easier way to go about this. I mean, like, we should just maybe, like, kind of just take a slight detour. And because what I said, John said he agreed with. But are you sure you agree with that, John? Because, so let me just confirm. You confirm that agnostics exist? Is that true, John?
No, I don't.
Uh-oh, John.
I think the issue is if you're going to claim agnosticism, then you're being irrational. That's what I was agreeing to.
Uh-oh. So
why?
Agnostics don't exist, John?
Yeah, agnostics don't exist.
No, but wait. Now, just a second.
In fact, agnostics and atheists don't
No,
exist.
but actually,
Yeah. Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
I don't think. Oh, yeah, he's going to get a recording. Okay, but
Can I just?
No, but actually, this can't be your view, John. That agnostics don't exist.
Why would you say that, Jack?
Because if we're just talking about, well, I guess it depends on whether you're talking about the second order or the first order belief, right?
Do you know what the second order belief is, John?
Yeah, he knows.
He's talking about the first order.
Yeah, this is all JJ does is like, do you know what second order belief? Do you know what that means? Do you know what this word means? This is all he does.
Well, certainly not all. I have my doubts that you have any idea what's being talked about.
Yeah, I'm not here.
Especially after, and I'm going to clear this up. The reason I asked that question, Jack, is because earlier
I'm not here to assuage your skepticism.
he's talking about two different ideas, two different beliefs: the belief that facts exist, and another belief of why you believe facts exist. He said there wasn't another belief; it was because of a prepositional phrase, in virtue of something. A prepositional phrase, not another belief. That's why I had to ask that earlier.
But you see, look, the agnostic is somebody who believes that he lacks the belief that God exists, right?
Yeah.
And there's nothing in your view that rules that out. What your view rules out is that he's correct that he lacks that belief, right? But that doesn't make him not an agnostic.
I'll say it this way. If everyone knows God exists, then if a person has a belief that they lack the belief in God to exist, then they are in error.
They're in error, but they are actually agnostics.
Okay, they're in error, but they are actually... No, they're just claiming...
No, they're not. They're not claiming. The point is that what it is to be an agnostic is to have a second-order belief that you lack a certain first-order belief. So they are an agnostic, even if they're mistaken about the fact that they lack that first order belief.
Yeah, but
Johnny is
if you're
completely
saying that you're
regressed
assuming
at
that
this
they
point.
have this belief. I'm saying that they're claiming to believe that they hold a lack of belief in God to exist.
No, you don't have a problem with them.
Unless he's calling him a liar.
Sincerely claiming that. You don't actually have a problem with that. Right? What you have a problem with is them. What you have a problem with them is being correct is that belief being correct. Right? That belief about their first order belief being correct.
Okay, so you're saying that they don't actually hold this belief.
We could grant for the
I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that they do have a belief that they lack a belief. They're just incorrect.
That's right. There's nothing in your view that rules that out. So you have to grant that agnostics can exist. Even if you believe that everybody has a belief that God exists.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same as the atheist, Jack. Their belief about their belief state is incorrect.
No. On your view, no. See, you're not understanding the distinction. On your view, there are no atheists, but there can be agnostics.
I would say that neither.
No, you're not understanding the logic then, right? What I'm saying is to be an atheist, right, is to have the first order belief that God does not exist, right? Now, you can say, well, everybody has a first order belief that God exists. Let's grant that for the sake of argument. That will entail that there are no atheists, right? But the fact that everybody has that first order belief, right, that they are atheists, does not entail, has the first order belief that God exists, does not entail that everybody have a second order belief that that they have a first order belief that God exists. And since it does not entail that, that means that on your view, agnosticism is possible, because agnosticism is merely the position that you have a first order belief that you have a second order belief that you have a first order belief that you lack a first order belief that God exists. And they would be mistaken about that on your view, but that would not make them agnostic. That would not make them not agnostics.
Yeah, I would say that they're not agnostic in the sense that first and foremost, they believe, the atheist and agnostic believe that they have a they believe that they believe that they have a belief, right?
Look, let's just see if we agree. Let's just see if you agree with my terminology.
Okay, let me rephrase this. Well, I know where I'm at now. Okay, so they both, in reality, believe that there is a God.
I'm granting that. I'm granting that.
Now they have a belief about their belief. In other words, they believe, the atheist believes that they don't believe in God.
No, all an atheist. An atheist.
Yeah.
No, wait. Well, wait a minute. No, you've got to distinguish between two different meanings of atheist there, right? One meaning of atheist could be that they have a first order belief that God does not exist.
Right.
Right. Irrespective of what their second order belief is.
Right.
Right.
Well, with respects to the agnostics, they believe there is a God. That's in reality. Now, they believe that they don't have a belief in God.
That's right.
That would be the false belief in themselves.
It's a false belief, but it doesn't mean that they are not agnostics. That's the point.
Okay, so they believe that they don't have a belief in God.
That's right.
And
That's what
so,
makes them an
but by
agnostic.
not having a belief in God, you're saying that they can qualify as being agnostic because they
That's
don't
right.
have a belief in God.
No.
And so,
No. What qualifies them as agnostic is the belief that they don't have a belief in God.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
So then, when they believe that they don't have a belief in God, you're saying that qualifies them as agnostic, right?
That's right.
However, I would also say that they are believing that they don't have a belief in not God, which also necessarily includes agnosticism, and that would be a false belief. So it's not just one part of it where they don't have a belief in God, right? It is also they don't have a belief in not God, which is false.
You're saying that but that's what they're showing you is not. That's what they're showing you is the mistake that Darth Dawkins makes, which is the fact that it commits them to disavowing their agnosticism does not mean that they are not in fact agnostics.
So you would be correct. I mean, Jack, if their belief that they don't believe in God is the only way to define agnostic, but it's not, right? So it is also they don't
Wait,
believe.
so now
not
you're
God.
redefining. Now you're redefining agnostic.
Well, I think agnostic is necessarily lacking the belief that there's no God.
No, an agnostic is somebody who has the first order belief that they do not have the belief that God exists.
I'll give you a perfect example.
Sorry, I meant to say second order.
Right.
An agnostic is somebody who
example.
has the second order belief that they do not have a first order belief that God exists.
Right. I'll give you a perfect example. If a person comes in and claims there is no God, right, an agnostic would claim that they don't believe that. Now, they would also believe that they have the belief or that they don't believe that. And so that would be false. So that
Believe they have the belief that they don't believe it?
Let me just
so in other words,
play this thing real quick.
if it was only
go
the
ahead.
claim God exists, you would be correct, Jack, right?
You're not going anywhere, John.
But if the claim is God does not exist,
That agnostics exist,
then that person would lack the belief
John,
that there in the claim
Micah.
that there's no God,
exists.
John,
but that claim would be false.
John.
You confirm that agnostics exist. Is that true, John?
No, I don't agree that agnostics exist.
I don't. John, you can be agnostic.
Yeah, well, it depends on what you mean.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 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 Yeah, I would. No, I don't. I would agree with that. 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 No, 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 no. No, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. And so the context of that discussion is about claiming to lack a belief in God and lacking a belief in there being no God. That's how agnostics can exist, right? But not in reality.
Because they're using.
So in the discussion with Darth Dawkins,
You were referring to suppressed belief, right?
Exists in the
So
sense that
you
he's
obviously
claiming-
weren't using Jack. That's the definition you're using after Jack proposed that and you took it. But you were referring to suppressed belief. You weren't hashing out agnostic in terms of second order belief. You were hashing out agnostic in terms of first order belief.
There was always a discussion of second order belief.
Then why would you be referring to suppression or irrationality?
Yeah, Jack was claiming that atheists exist. I mean, agnostics exist, even in the second order belief, because of the proposition that they believe that they lack a belief in God, and that would be correct according to
Do you
Jack.
think they exist first order?
No, of course not.
because they suppress their belief?
Like, duh.
Wait,
I don't
what?
know what he's saying now.
That was funny.
You said they don't exist because of their first order belief, or they do exist because of the second order belief.
Yeah, that's a big sigh, right?
I mean, I said
what I'm saying
or else
is,
they're irrational, but that's a first
foremost-
order.
First and foremost, I don't believe agnostics exist. Period. That's a period.
Why?
Right?
Why?
Now, with respects to the position of the concept of agnostic and what that
You confirm that
Do you
agnostic.
believe gay people exist?
Is that true, John?
no. Me.
That agnostics exist. Is that true, John?
Bottom line, agnostics do not exist. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, well, it depends on what you.
Can be agnostic. You can be agnostic.
I agree with that.
You can be agnostic. There we go. Thank you. You can be agnostic. There we go. Thank you. You can be agnostic.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Johnny, can you clear up then what were you agreeing with Jack about?
When you say you can be agnostic, it was what we're discussing. You can claim to be agnostic. Yes, you can claim the position of agnosticism, and then but the entailments are that it would be irrational. Now, what Jack and I are talking about is the reality of whether someone can be agnostic, which is no, but what he's talking about the second order beliefs, and he says that they can be an agnostic in that sense because they believe they lack a belief in God, and he's saying that's accurate. But what I'm saying is that's not the only. There's a flip side of that coin. They also lack the belief there's no God, and that's inaccurate, and therefore agnostics cannot exist. That's what I'm saying.
It's inaccurate that they lack the belief that there's no God?
Yeah, why is you just even heard what I said?
Why is John trying to say he's always been talking about second order? When I said they can be agnostic, they would just be irrational, which is reference to first order.
Yeah, you were talking about first order, and yes, they can be agnostic in the first order as a claim. That's so the asterisk. You're not.
Even as a
claim?
Yes, as a claim.
You mean someone can just make the utterance?
As a claim position, sure, and it would be irrational. That was the point.
Cognitive dissonance is strong with this one.
That's what Darth
What's more than that?
Anybody can claim a position. It's not irrational. They're just claiming position, right?
Yes, and therefore they can be agnostic in that sense.
Like if I just make a claim I'm a dragon, am I being irrational?
So you can be
wow,
a
John. Wow.
Right? Or you can be a dragon in that sense of a claim. That's
no, but you said the claiming it, the act of claiming it was irrational.
No. The claim itself, like the entailments of claiming it, the commitments that you have, become irrational. That's Darth's position of the first order. Is what we're talking. We're talking about Darth. We're talking about Darth. Jack is actually talking about the second order, right? So in Jack's discussion, atheists simply agnostics do not exist. In your example with Darth Dawkins, yes, agnostics can exist in the sense of claiming to be agnostic. Not in reality.
Yeah, but the scripture you're going to refer to is in reference
so that's
to
the
first
proper
order.
context. What you think is a contradiction is not.
How do you measure reality here, John? What does not in reality mean to you?
Scripture says that all people believe that God exists, not that all people believe that they have the belief. Scripture is a first order reference.
Wow, that's a good point, Tom.
We were talking about first order with Darth. That's what I'm saying, Tom. And they can be atheists in the sense I just described. Okay.
In the sense, and that's compatible with the Bible?
It's compatible with Darth's argument.
I'm asking if that is compatible with the Bible, because the Bible says everyone knows that God exists.
Now you have a different context and different sense, and you're
It's the
trying
same
to
context.
relate the two. Okay.
It's the same context.
In the context of the Bible, in the sense of the Bible, agnostics do not exist, Tom.
The same context that Darth gives.
That's not. I thought you said you're given.
Now you're flipping back from the Bible to Darth. Now.
No, that's the context that Darth is asking the question, or we're making the claim, is in the context of the Bible.
In the context, what Darth argues, he's allowing for atheists to exist as well as agnostics, in a sense of claiming to believe that facts exist without the necessity of God.
Yeah, but then you're just
we're talking about now. If you ask Darth, do atheists actually exist? He will say no. So we're talking about the position of saying that one believes that facts exist without the necessity of God. And so the agnostic as well, he's saying that agnostics as a claim can exist, but then it would be irrational, which is different from the Bible and the discussion Jack and I were having.
He doesn't even say that.
I say that. Well, he says that too, but I guess it's. I think if you ask him if agnostics exist, like ontologically, he would say no.
And there you go.
That's right. Well, that's the only way he's saying. It's the only way he's saying.
So I mean, there's really no controversy, Tom. I mean, you can try to fabricate a recording and
well, there is a controversy because, like, when you say if you sign off on that they exist but they're irrational, then that's a straightforward contradiction.
They can exist as a position. That's how. But do they metaphysically exist? No. Darth would say no. I would say no. But as a claimed position, yes, they can exist. There's the big difference, Tom. And that claimed position would be irrational.
But being an agnostic and just being irrational isn't just a claimed position, right?
In the sense I was talking, yes. Agnostic
but you said they exist.
The agnostic position can exist, meaning that's what I was saying when
I said agnostics.
Yes, agnostics as a claimed position can exist.
No, agnostic is someone who doesn't have the God belief, right? At the very least, right?
So whether that person exists or not is a different. Like for example, the
that's what we've always been talking about. You're just trying to catch up,
right? So then you're saying
if you sign off on agnostics existing, then you're done.
Yeah. So you can say God exists, right? But an atheist can say God exists, but if they have the proper context, it would be as a concept.
No, but you weren't talking about that.
I was, of course, I was talking about that.
Right? That's not a conceptual thing, right?
The concept of the agnostic as a claimed position, yes, can exist, but it would be irrational. That's the discussion. Now, with metaphysics, no, I don't believe that agnostics can exist. They don't exist. Okay, the two separate statements, Tom. Two separate statements, and you're trying to pretend like there's some kind of contradiction. You get through your little recordings, your little your little questions, and there are no contradictions at the end of the day.
Yeah, there is. You fucked up. You want to see how bad you fucked up, John? I want you to listen to this, and there's actually not any editing done here. This silence that Jack was talking about, this is all you, bud. Listen to this. Confirm that agnostics exist. Is that true, John?
No.
Is that someone Does that sound like someone who was like with complete awareness of everything he was saying and knew exactly what was going on? Or does that sound like
I knew exactly what I was talking to
who
Tom.
fucked up?
Wait.
That sounds like someone who fucked up
right?
and then it was doing damage control, right?
So I gave you the answer there. Agnostics do not exist. What's the problem?
Earlier you said, of course agnostics don't exist. Oh, but there, it took you 7 seconds to answer a, oh. Why is that, John?
Because I was probably distracted with talking to someone else. You just threw. Now you're saying that
You weren't. You weren't talking to somebody else.
Wait, are you saying that it did not comprehend your question? Of course I did.
No, I think you did comprehend my question, and it was problematic based on things you said previously.
So you're trying to imagine the why the 7 seconds or so before I answered no. Is this where we're going? And your little conspiracy theories, and your
no, it's not
tinfoil
conspiracy
hats?
theory. There was nobody else talking. You're making the conspiracy theory, saying like, "Oh, I was talking to somebody else." No, you weren't. You're talking to me.
Yeah. And
it just involves you, John.
Yeah.
So no conspiring.
So the really there's like no because we're talking about my statement of agnostics existing, right? I thought you were going to play the whole context of that. You play that little question about agnostics existing, and I said no, right?
Yeah, but it's a duh question, right? It's a duh question, right?
You're
It's a
buttered
duh
because
question, right?
I'm some sort of dazed and confused. Is that what the narrative?
No, yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, actually.
So I didn't. I answered no, but I didn't understand your question. Is that what you're saying?
No. You answered no, but you understood that something that you previously said contradicts that.
And that's what you're inserting.
So that time is you.
Right?
That time is. No, I'm not imagining that pause. No, I'm not imagining that at all. That happened.
The pause is real.
Well, yes, the pause is real.
That's you going through, okay, what did I just say? Okay, I know the answer to this is that they don't exist. Okay, so like, how can I spin this? What's the damage done? Like, what are my options? These are all the
This is what you're
things that are going deliberate. No. That's not a fantasy. No. I have good reason to think this.
Now, I think the more honest thing would be to replay the original part where I did agree with you because you represented Darth. I thought you still meant pretty good. I heard what you said. And yes, in that sense, agnostics can exist, but they would be irrational. I mean, if you replayed that tape, there's no contradiction between that and me agreeing that agnostics can exist there. But your question to me about agnostics, no, I don't believe agnostics exist.
It's a true dichotomy. Agnostics either exist or agnostics don't exist.
Not if there's a different sense.
Which one do you believe?
It's not a contradiction if there's a different sense, Tom. According that is the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, but
in the same sense at the same time, and it's not.
Yeah, but it is the same sense.
Therefore, it's not a contradiction. No, you're
because irrational is someone who's first order, and in the other case is first order also.
You're pretending it's the same sense.
No, you're pretending it's not the same sense. That's what's happening.
John, I don't believe you.
It's like when Matt Dillon thought he had a gotcha about saying, well, you said you know atheists like the back of your hand. So they either exist or they don't exist, and you're doing the same thing. The context in which I said I know atheists like the back of my hand, that sense is those who claim to lack belief or disbelief in God. That's the context. Now, if you ask me, do atheists exist? I would tell you no, and the context in that is in reality of metaphysics, not claim.
Why do I accept that that's like a
difference?
Intelligible
I do accept that atheists exist only in the sense that they claim to be, a lack belief and disbelief in God, and choose to identify as an atheist. Only in that sense. Are they actually disbelieving and lacking belief in God? I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, John, what would account for the pause and the awkward silence?
I don't know. I have to. I can listen. If you want to be honest and replay it rather than soundbite,
He did replay
I
it.
could speculate. No, we played a little part of it. The question.
What extra?
Before or after.
What about that?
If you really
what
want an
about
honest
that audio?
answer, Tom, hang
What
on. If
about
you
that
really want
audio
an
is gonna
honest answer,
indicate?
just play it through a little bit before, a little bit after, and I'll be honest and tell you what my
Give him
thought
the
process was.
context, and then once you give him the context, he's like, "I'm gonna need the context for that context."
Yeah.
Right. Is it?
I mean, look at you guys. Like, oh, that was a 7 second. I timed it. It was 7 seconds. Now let's speculate why there was a 7 second pause.
Do you think hearing the extra
when I simply answered your question in a straightforward manner, Tom?
context will allow you to hear like the chicken nuggets being dunked, and then you'll remember, oh yeah, I was eating chicken nuggets and was distracted, or like what do you think you're gonna glean from the extra 3 seconds on either side? What is that going to tell you?
What does the pause even mean to you?
I don't know. I think you were trapped.
That's your feeling. What is the inference? What is the inference
That's
rule?
That's what you asked for.
What is the inference rule other than your feelies to deduce that I was trapped?
You asked me for my feelings.
How does it follow? How does it follow that a pause represents the feeling or the recognition or the realization that I'm trapped? What is the inference, Jane?
It could mean
there is none. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's either some kind. It's either some kind of induction or maybe abduction, but I don't think that really matters, John.
So you think that if we go to the 10 seconds previous, like there's going to be some other person talking that you were thinking about? Is that
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, you already proposed that, right?
Since I'm the one that responded to your question, and if you're genuinely curious as to why there was such a long pause, to me it's no big deal. To you it seems important, and to Jane it seems important. If you really genuinely want an answer in my perspective, I'll gladly give it to you, but I'm going to need more context.
My irritation is that you keep asking for more and more of this tape to be played as if it's going to tell you anything.
Of course
it will. Anything. No, it won't.
I'll play the 10 seconds. I'll play the 10 seconds preceding. Here you go.
I can't remember that. What he said. Because he can't remember otherwise.
John said he agreed with. But are you sure you agree with that, John? Because let me just confirm. You confirm that agnostics exist? Is that true, John?
No, I don't.
John.
I think the issue is if is there a reason why you couldn't replay it a little bit further, Tom?
It was 10 full seconds.
No, I'm talking about after. And
oh my God.
After? Why?
Well, I was explaining something, right?
So? Isn't that just what you're going to do now? But no, I wanted the context as to whether I don't pause. What happened after is not going to account for the pause, John.
Yeah, John. How does this look? I mean, bad, right? Maybe there was.
Well, I'll say this. Well, I would say if I were to speculate, Tom, I would speculate what's running through my mind is this character once again trying to manufacture contradictions, and once again. Yes, I remember the first where I said, yes, agnostics can exist in this. And then the way you prefaced it, and then afterwards, that's probably what I was thinking. And then I answered you, no, at least metaphysically, no, agnostics do not exist. Conceptually, yes, they can.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense because if there's two different meanings of agnostic that are on the table as you're trying to say there are, why did you answer no? Because I didn't say which concept I was using. That implies that you're in the impression that it's the same concept of agnostic as previously used.
I bet you anything if you kept the tape rolling, I gave you the two contexts. Just in
Well,
case.
that's after the fact, though. Who cares about that?
Just to let you know what my answer no represented.
No, that wouldn't give a representation because you always just do like revisionist history stuff after you fuck up. That wouldn't tell us what you said.
So when you asked me, hang on, when we were talking about agnostics not existing, you asked that in the midst of Jack and I talking about a certain context. Then you heard me say agnostics do not exist. You try to take it back to your original discussion about Darth, and then that's when you prefaced your stupid statement. Then you asked me the question. You got the pause. I said no, and then
Yeah, I got the pause.
and then hang on. The important part is if you probably replayed that tape, I'm pretty confident it's going to say something like, when I say no, I mean this. And well,
Yeah, but we don't say mine. I
that.
guarantee you're doing some kind of damage control. That's done in question, right?
And so, well, damage control, clarification. I don't see any damage. I see just another failed attempt on your part. That's what I.
Has enough time passed where we can revisit the actual topic?
Now, if you
see if John Lee remembers what the fuck he said earlier.
He's got to cope more first. Stick, Tom, of getting a little soundbite and getting one that says yes and another one that says no, and pretend that's the same context. I mean, this is what you do.
We almost don't cut them. This is what they do.
Well, we all do different things.
No, actually, Tom, I would say this is what you do.
Yeah, John, I would have to say that I think you're being unfair with Tom here, and you use some very spicy language, so to say. I mean, let's be gentlemen.
Well, he's being dishonest, and why should I respect that? What do you mean? Give me a break. Do you think there's going to be a question as to my position on the metaphysics of agnostic? Do you think?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Where I, on one hand, would believe that metaphysically agnostics exist, and then on the, all of a sudden, a few minutes later, I somehow am confused in some way where I don't believe that the agnostics metaphysically exist. Of course, it's about the different content. Yes. When have I ever believed that metaphysically there is someone that can possibly lack the belief that God exists as an agnostic? That's ridiculous. All people know that God exists is my position from a metaphysical standpoint. Conceptually, yes, right? Just like God exists conceptually, right? Now, whether that concept actually exists in objective reality is a different question. I would say there, yes, right? And as far as agnostic, no. So, I mean, any further attempt to exploit this, Tom, is just pathetic.
You think that agnostics don't exist metaphysically?
100%.
And for an agnostic to exist metaphysically, what conditions would have to be met?
Yeah, I mean, I don't accept that proposition. So, I mean, but what conditions
Oh my
have
God,
to be met?
it was an if.
So, what
Oh my
conditions have to be
God.
met? May I answer? One of the things would be that my interpretation is demonstrated to be false. The Bible is false. That would be another one. God does not exist would be yet a third. And so those would be the conditions. Judge.
What would a person, what qualifications would a person have to meet to be an agnostic, metaphysically speaking?
That they would actually lack a belief in God to exist and lack a belief in God not to exist.
So merely believing that they lack a belief doesn't do it?
Not metaphysically, no.
So if I believe I believe, I lack a belief. Is there nothing metaphysical about that?
It's like saying if you believe that you are God, does that metaphysically make you God? Of course not.
But do you metaphysically have a belief?
Yeah, this line of questioning is silly. I mean, I'm just going to stop there. Seriously, it's just nonsense, JJ. You just have these questions that are just pure nonsense, and that are designed for ambiguity, confusion, chaos. You have no desire for clarity whatsoever, or so why should I even engage?
Yeah, John, just don't listen.
The reason you shouldn't engage is because you suffer from some sort of spongiform encephalitis, I think. But
I mean, I already answered your lame question.
What's that thing that Mr. Batman got? The black mold stuff?
Yeah,
that's a lie. He didn't get that.
Well,
why would he lie about that?
I mean, there are actual, real
He didn't get
discussions
black
on
mold encephalitis. That just did not happen. I'm sorry.
Just because you guys are failing badly, Tom wants to bring
Maybe
up
it's the
whether I said
encephalitis that makes him believe that he has encephalitis.
I mean, really? Is this the Hail Mary, Tom?
No, I
to
think
bring out. Oh, you said agnostics exist, and now you're saying agnostics don't exist. Oh, look at the contradiction, everybody.
You how triggered he is?
So
explain, Tom. And then you got your little sycophant over there. What does that mean? What does that mean?
There it is. Right on time.
The real conversation is on the table is about the dichotomy, and then about second order beliefs. At least Jack and I were talking about that. You guys don't have to be interested. But to pretend that I'm saying that metaphysical agnostics exist, right, Tom? That's the real question.
John, you sound
Do you
like
actually does anyone here actually believe that I was talking about the metaphysical existence of agnostics? Of course not. Of course not.
So true.
Look, John, how does this look? Right? Bad. So what do? You just pick up the pieces and you move along. Just stop. It looks so fucking bad.
It's bad on Tom.
No. Please, just...
It also looks really bad on JJ. And then now it's looking bad.
Wait, JJ asked if a person has a belief in a belief, do they metaphysically have a belief?
That pause again.
There's no way around this, dude.
Yeah, well, that's a good question, because you're saying metaphysically the agnostic does not exist.
If a person believes they're God, it does not necessitate that this belief qualifies them as a person to believe metaphysically about themselves. It does not make them God. So once again, if a person believes about a belief state that they believe there's no God, it does not qualify them necessarily as being metaphysically an atheist.
I'm not talking here about the content of the belief. I'm talking about having a belief. You're just confused again, John.
Oh, there's no confusion. As far as Jack and I were concerned, we were talking about second order belief.
What? Who is he responding to?
Sure. I'm glad someone gets it. If there's
who is he responding to now?
If there's any person who plays dumb
the ether
all the time, whether because he's literally dumb or just trying to troll, it would be JJ.
Yeah.
Someone actually acknowledged what I'm talking about. You're like, huh?
I don't know
what do you mean by that? What's the definition of that?
Who acknowledged what he's talking about?
This is all you got, JJ. This is literally all you got.
Who is he talking to?
talking to you.
Oh, Daniel, maybe I should get a secondary recording, because there's the part where I ask him if agnostics exist, and he goes, "No, duh," right away.
Like,
And
That's right, they don't.
yeah, and then for some reason, when he is asked this time, just because he confirmed something that seemed to be contradiction prior to it, took him 7 seconds to respond.
Oh, no. John, this looks so bad.
Okay, why are you bringing second order beliefs back up, John Lee?
Because that's what you are the one that brought up.
Well, I'm talking about something different.
You were talking about second order beliefs.
Well, not really. I'm actually really talking about beliefs in general. Doesn't matter if they're first order, second order, or in your butt.
It's amazing that you think your questions need to be responded to when they're nonsense.
Is there anything metaphysical about having a belief, John?
Yeah, this has nothing to. Yeah, is it raining in Spain? This is all you have. Like, just complete. Like, I want to know. Just can you please answer the question? Because my brain is totally scattered. These questions have a complete. It's non sequitur to what people grown men are actually discussing.
Speaks directly to your claim about whether or not agnostics exist metaphysically.
Yeah, seems accurate to me. I don't see the problem.
The question is not whether agnostic exists metaphysically or not, and why the belief is justified. That is not the question, JJ. The question is, if it is a case that I thought that agnostics exist metaphysically and answered yes, that they exist in a sense that Tom is purporting to claim. So that's the discussion. Yours is a distraction.
Now you're claiming that agnostics do exist metaphysically?
I'm saying your questions are relevant to the topic.
But you just said that agnostics do exist metaphysically?
I'm saying that is the claim.
Wow.
You're saying that's what claim? Your claim?
I'm saying that it is a claim that that agnostics do not exist metaphysically, and so when you're saying that agnostics do exist, it would be conceptually, as those who claim, and as more importantly, as Darth Dawkins is discussing in his interactions with atheists and agnostics.
So I misheard you when you said that agnostics do exist metaphysically.
Yeah, I misspoke in a sense of just a few seconds ago when you asked, because your question is really not even a question, because it is very clear. I don't believe that agnostics exist.
Was the question mark invisible, or
right? And so if it is the question mark is metaphysical. So you have a little soundbite that asks me, so do agnostics exist metaphysically? And if I have inadvertently answered yes, well then that was a misspeak, because technically that question is irrelevant first and foremost. And not only so, that question's been answered numerous times already. But if you want that little soundbite on that little misstep,
That is so fucking triggered. Yes, I do. I do want it. Yeah.
And that's what this is what you do, Tom. And you reckon you know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do. Hey, welcome back. Hey.
Hello. Reckon you
finally a competent room owner.
Save us from this.
Did you all miss me?
Hey, I've been good.
I did, of course.
Sleepy.
I always miss you when you're gone.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Colony, Haiti.
Welcome, Haiti. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's
Welcome
it's
back
like
to
people
the
are so
Republican
desperate
Party.
to try to
Free
get a
in the land of the
contradiction
brave.
gotcha. But that's what
you walked into
that's what Matt Slick
a
was
triggered
accusing
John.
yesterday,
He's
Tom.
triggered at the moment.
He's
So.
been
That's what Matt
triggered all
Slick was accusing you of
day.
that yesterday.
Why are you so triggered, Sean? What's going on?
Because it's just a lot of dishonesty, like relentless dishonesty, basically.
So being dishonest sounds like it's tiring for you, John.
So nothing has changed.
There are some important questions whether an agnostic can possibly exist, as Darth Dawkins argues. I like his argument. I'm in the sense that I don't like his tag argument, right? Because when you start making claims like impossibility, the contrary, this and that, how are you going to justify that? So I agree with you guys on this. But what Darth is saying about agnostics cannot possibly exist, right? As far as if you believe that facts exist, I do agree with
But Jack already explained to you that your view doesn't rule out agnostics.
No,
Yeah.
he's talking about something different. My goodness.
Also,
No, because they have a second order belief.
Didn't you hear
He's not
Jeff?
talking about something different.
No,
Yeah,
I
Jeff,
just made a statement about Darth's argument.
Yeah, I'm
and
responding.
now you have Sean piping up about second order beliefs. Nonsense. that's
all you
the
have to
dishonesty I'm
do-
talking about.
John, all you have to do is ask the second question first. So you say, he always says, do you accept that facts depend on the necessity of God or whatever, right? And agnostic says no, and he's like, ha, you're an atheist.
I
But then
agree
he
with them.
says, do you deny that facts depend on the necessity of the blah, blah, blah? And the agnostic also says no. They don't accept either of these.
That's not true. That's not true, Eddie. So if the question's asked,
Can you render it? I'm
my
tired.
God,
You'll do a better job
John.
than me.
do I need to do this
Explain
again?
it to John like it's a small
Haiti,
thing.
misrepresented
people
my
have spent the whole day, literally, this has been the topic the whole day.
I'm about ready to kill my.
I mean, all you guys
John
are
Lee.
doing is talking.
John Lee,
your
can you actually
atheist
speak to
talking
that?
point.
Oh,
Yeah,
John, like,
can you
I
speak to
agree
that,
with
John?
that. Like, what are you saying about me that, like, I don't actually say that?
He doesn't know I muted him.
There's a video where Jeff says, "Ask."
And now it's happening. Is that because guys little sycophants muting me, and now I'm just going.
Well,
No, that's correct.
John, can you actually speak to that? If you ask the so-called agnostic if he denies, is that how it goes?
He neither
Yeah,
affirms nor denies that.
Now the
facts rely on the
whole
necessity.
The first question's the
If you
affirmative.
deny,
I never ask about the
this is the
denying.
proper way to understand it. Okay, Darth argues that agnosticism.
I know what Darth says.
Well, may I finish?
Better than you do.
Agnosticism as a position does not exist. You have to hold the position of atheism if you are making such
We
claims.
all know that.
However, may I finish? It's very brief.
Okay,
However,
please.
Darth will acknowledge that neither agnostics nor atheists exist.
No, that's got nothing to do with what you said. You said
Yeah,
you like his argument against agnosticism, which is just asking that question. But if you ask it the other way, the agnostic will also say no. That
Maybe you
is the
don't know
point.
why.
Are you
what I'm saying.
addressing what I'm fucking saying, John, or not?
I think you're not
Do you
addressing
understand
what
what
I'm
I'm
saying,
saying?
Haiti.
Do you understand what I'm saying or not?
Do you understand what I just said or not?
Oh
Yeah,
my
you
God.
just said Darth said neither agnostics nor atheists exist, which is irrelevant because you brought up his
It
argument
actually
against
is
agnosticism.
relevant, Haiti.
The specific.
It actually is relevant.
Okay, I would like you to steal mine
because
what I just
you
said.
don't know what we're talking about, and you think you know.
I would like you to steal mine what I just said.
Yeah,
What do
you're
I
the
mean?
one out of the loop.
What do I mean when I said ask me the other way? Do you even know what that means?
Here's the true
No,
dichotomy.
he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Okay.
Here's the true
He's
dichotomy. No,
completely
listen.
stonewalling you, Haiti.
Haiti knows full well what we're talking about.
Listen, I've addressed your argument, which
No,
is
you haven't.
parroted by other atheists ad nauseum.
She's
Steal
put
mine
it to you a different way. She's just giving you a
Steal
different
mine.
argument that you're not even addressing.
And so,
Steal mine.
what I, if you're willing to, yes, I understand what you're
Steal
saying.
mine,
You're saying
then.
that, yes, a person either believes that facts exist without the necessity of God, or it's the case that they don't. believe that facts exist.
Is that what I said?
For them to
No,
set-
I knew what I said.
That's not at all what she was asking. Jesus.
You just steal my dog's
That's the
argument.
statement that she made. She wouldn't let me address
No.
your
Oh my God.
issue.
You just steal my dog's argument.
This is what
I
you guys
didn't make
do.
that
This is
argument.
what you guys. No, wait.
You're not
This is what you guys do.
listening.
He's in a frenzy.
You're not
This is what happens,
listening.
man.
I asked you to steal man the rebuttal to Darth's argument, and you just gave Darth's argument.
No, I actually didn't give Darth's argument.
You
I
said
gave
you
the
either
straw man
believe-
of Darth's argument.
Oh
That's what I
my
gave
God,
you.
that is Darth's argument.
No, it's
He
not.
thinks it's
That's
a
what
true
I'm trying to tell you
dichotomy.
guys.
He thinks that either you accept that facts necessitate the necessity of God, or you don't.
No,
The
that's not the
agnostic says,
dichotomy, Katie.
yes, it
It's not
is.
the
Yes,
dichotomy. No, it's not.
for agnostics,
Yes,
it is.
And I could tell you what. Listen, a lot of times you guys put something false out there, then you follow.
I heard the argument 100 times. He
No,
says
then
it
you
every
ask her-
time.
What's the objection?
You don't let the person respond to the false.
What's the objection?
And yes, my objection is such that Darth is saying, right? Because the person believing
So
that
because
facts
3 or
exist.
more times, you know he's gone.
So the person's the agnostic, the claimed agnostic, is believing that facts exist, right? In both cases, they're believing that facts exist. In one case, they're believing that facts exist in virtue of why. Why is the necessity of God?
No, that's already
Or
false.
they're believing that
already false.
facts exist
Already
in virtue of not why.
There's the dichotomy
That's
again.
the
That's Darth's
dichotomy.
That's what
argument.
Haiti just said.
Yeah,
It is
you
not
just
the
steal
case
my
that
Darth's
they are
argument again.
lacking a belief in
Well, not very well.
God, how do you not get this, John? I already went over it with you that presenting you're mixing up the ontology and the epistemology. That's why it's never going to be a true dichotomy.
Even when Detroyer rewrote it in the chat, I said, well, it is the
Wait, he
same
doesn't
as
even-
when you say why.
Oh
and
my
not
God.
why. And
Do you remember what Haiti asked you? Do you remember the
I said,
question? she
steal
asked you?
man the objection
So
to
now-
Darth's. Why are you interrupting? All I asked you to do is steal money because it was clear from your answer that you didn't understand it or you weren't listening. Can you steal money objection? Jeff's done it. I think Billy's done it. A few other people have done it. The objection to his argument
the objection
tries
is
to show there are no agnostics.
yes.
What is the
So the objection is such that that it is not a true dichotomy, first and foremost, right? That's the objection.
And
Right.
how can you demonstrate that? Because you ask it the
And I
other
would say that
way, right?
it is a true dichotomy, right? And Darth has claimed that. So it's a matter of examining what is being claimed, right? It is not the case that Darth is claiming that you believe that facts exist from the necessity of God or not. That is not the dichotomy. Just to let you know.
The agnostic.
Well, it is actually. It is no dichotomy, John Lee.
The
And I can actually demonstrate to you why it is.
So in other words,
I
I perfectly strawman what you guys are claiming that it is this
Well, I doubt
or
that.
not, right? And that is not the dichotomy. If it is the
It is,
case
though.
that you guys are right that it is that or not, I would agree that there are other
It's gonna get worse.
about the true dichotomy. Right, but you guys aren't even listening to what the true dichotomy actually is. It is the case that in all situations, the agnostic is believing that facts exist. It is never the case that the
Wrong.
agnostic is
What does
lacking.
to do with that?
Hang on, it is never
It's
the
about
case.
the agnostic.
It is
Where
never
the
the
facts, what the
case.
facts will depend
You're not
upon.
even letting me finish, Haiti.
Because
It is
that's
never
not the
the case.
dichotomy.
It is never the case that the agnostic is lacking the belief that facts exist.
No one's
It is
saying
always
that.
the case.
nothing to do
Now
with
the
it.
question is, now the question is, what in virtue of what? There are only two possible options. Only
They don't
two.
have to have a belief
It
in
is-
either
it
one
is-
of those.
It is in virtue of God or not in
They
virtue
are
of God.
agnostic
No,
on
They
that
won't
question.
believe either one of them.
There's no.
Why not?
There's an exclusive
Why is there a middle
here.
ground? They're agnostic on both of those.
No.
They do not affirm.
They don't believe either one.
Shut
They
up.
believe
They
it
don't John, they
in
don't
virtue of
affirm.
why, or
John,
they believe it in virtue of not
They
why.
don't affirm
true
that
dichotomy.
facts depend on God, and they don't deny that facts depend on God. because they're
They
agnostic.
withhold judgment.
Once again, you're putting the dichotomy in the beginning, right? Given that they believe that facts exist.
No.
Right? That's how it begins.
You're just
and so,
No, it doesn't.
given that
Well,
the
that part's,
agnostic believe
that part's
facts
actually
exist,
irrelevant.
the question, Haiti, is in virtue of what?
Doesn't
They're only
they're agnostic
possible
on that? What
They're
don't you
only
understand?
yes.
They're
yes,
agnostic
but if you're agnostic on that, right? If you claim agnosticism on that, then it is in virtue of God, or it's in virtue of not God.
And they're
is what you're
agnostic
saying.
on that.
That's the position, right?
They're not
So-
saying
really
the
so
view
they're
of God,
belief-
they're not
hang on.
saying it's not
That
in
can show
Their
him. Maybe
belief-
it'll actually show him why it doesn't work.
John,
So their belief that
If
facts
you don't mind,
exist,
I have to go soon. I just want to run.
Hey, go ahead, Albedo.
Thank you.
they're not agnostic
Like, John,
about
you
that.
believe that there's an even or odd amounts of houses fully constructed in your city, correct?
I love this one.
Yeah, Matt Dillahunty with gumballs attempted that.
Oh,
And this
sure.
is- I'll
Yeah,
tell
it's the
you-
same
I'll tell you
idea.
why
Like,
it's
you
not
believe that it's one or the other, right?
So did I identify what nonsense you were attempting to do with laxities do? We're not talking about the lack of belief that God exists here, right?
I didn't say anything about lack of
We're
belief.
talking-
I'm
we're
asking
talking
if
about
you
the-
believe.
We're talking about the proposition that agnostics believe facts exist. It's never the case that agnostics lack the belief that facts exist.
Yeah, nobody's
What are you
talking
talking
about?
about?
No
You're the
one
only person
cares
talking about that, John.
Given
about
the
the
fact that
fucking
agnostics
facts.
believe that facts exist, the question is in virtue of
He's
what?
gotta be
There is
trolling.
a dichotomy of God
Right.
He just
and
needs
not
They
God.
somebody to
So,
correct
Albedo-
him, so he says the
So, Albedo, you have to preface then, that he believes that there are houses.
Yeah, you believe
But that's
that
not a
they are
question.
even or odd. Same thing. You believe that there are even or odd, but you don't believe
No.
that it is
No.
even or odd.
No. Let me give you the proper analogy, Albedo.
Oh
You
my
believe
God.
that it is odd. Okay, you always believe that it is odd. However, you believe that it is odd in virtue of God, or you believe that it is odd in
Oh
virtue of
my
not God.
God.
That is the true dichotomy.
Oh
That's not
my
okay. First of
God.
all,
not the
if you
case
were
of
really
believing
agnostic,
or not
it would
believing.
sound like this: I don't believe facts in virtue of God, and I don't believe facts in virtue of not God.
Watch that video, okay? That'll explain.
I already
Yeah.
know. Listen, I've been here with you guys
Have you seen that video?
numerous times. I understand what you guys are purporting.
Have you seen the
I
video?
clearly understand what you guys are purporting. You guys are trying
No,
to put
you don't.
You guys are trying to put the
You have
dichotomy
not
up in the
understood it
front.
one time this whole day.
Right. Well, I did. Of course I did. I responded to it numerous times. You guys are refusing to respond to what I'm saying, which is, in the case, it is not facts or
John,
not
I
facts,
swear on your
right?
coronaries that you're just
Belief in
confused
facts
here
or not
and you need
belief
to
in
open your
facts.
mind.
Yeah,
I'm
you guys
giving-
are trying to say belief in facts or not belief in
Got nothing to
facts.
do with
Nope, nobody's
I'm
nobody's
giving us-
trying to say
I'm
that.
giving us
Nobody here is
4
doing
more minutes. I'm giving us 4 more minutes to talk about this. And if John doesn't stop talking about this in 4 minutes, I'm booting him out of the room.
I think,
I'm okay with that.
I think
Yeah.
you should
I'll just
you know.
remain silent and save you the 4 minutes.
Look, you're
No, I mean,
agnostic,
just to make
denied it.
really clear,
Yeah.
nobody's debating whether or not people think the facts exist, John.
We're talking
I
about
don't
Dawkins'
know what's wrong
argument,
with your brain
right?
for you to keep saying that.
He doesn't say that. He says, do you affirm that facts rely on God? And the agnostic says no. And he says, oh, you're an atheist. But if you ask the agnostic, do you deny that facts rely on God? The agnostic would say no too.
That's
Which
not
is
what's
what
going on.
that's exactly what's going on.
Exactly.
No,
This
ma'am.
entire video
No,
that I
ma'am.
just pinned for your education is when Cool Guy Jeff, that's Jeff on this stage, says, ask me the other way, because Darth never
That's
does.
you?
And that's
Not asked, do you believe facts exist?
He
That's the
asked,
question,
it's
Hayden.
got nothing to do with facts existing, you idiot.
He asked
The other way is saying, the other way in this video is, do you deny that facts are dependent on the necessity of God? And the agnostic would say, no, I don't deny that.
That's a fault.
Right? That is
The
the
question is,
dishonesty.
do facts exist is the question. That's where it's
No!
Question
It
is
is.
not
No, it's
facts
not.
exist.
What the
That's
fuck are you
your
talking
weird
about?
ideas. watch 10 Darth Dorf videos, and he asks the exact same question to everyone, and he always says, do you affirm that facts depend on God? And the agnostic says no, and then he calls them an atheist.
Yes.
Every time, John.
Yes. Well,
He never
hang
asks
on.
them, do facts exist?
Yes, he does.
No,
That's how
he does
begins.
not.
No.
Find
doesn't.
me one video where he asks the atheist or the agnostic if facts exist. Find me one video. Go ahead.
And then they say
Go
yes.
ahead. Go ahead.
And then,
Find me
and
one.
then he talks about these
Tom
facts
has
that you believe
hundreds.
exist.
Tom, shut up. Tom has hundreds of Darth Dorf. Find me one video where he says, do facts exist? And that's his like opening question, because you'll find it isn't.
What do you think, Tom?
Just find me a video.
I'll be honest, Tom. What do you think?
He's said it like once or twice maybe, but most of the time he just skips that.
Once or twice? Unbelievable.
The whole point of Darth
John,
saying this is
if
because
it's
he
that
denies
easy,
neutrality, right?
Then go for
Darth denies neutrality. That's why he asked that question, because that's
Yeah, I think you'll find him saying that sometime, but like I think just like John said, it's just not. It's just really to like get that piece on the board to facilitate the second question.
That's correct.
But you're acting like most of the time he just skips that. Yeah, but it's not like his argument hinges on it.
And even if he skipped it, I mean, it's still the economy that I outlined.
John, nobody's asking if facts.
The outline,
1 minute.
yeah, the economy that everyone else is purporting, as well as Jeff, is not the case. And I already explained why that's not the case. It's not the case that he either believes facts exist or not. Right? That's the main...
No, it's not. You don't fucking understand it.
No. It's given that the person agnostic believes facts exist. Right? It's given that the agnostic
Nobody's
believes
saying
facts
otherwise,
exist.
John.
So then the reason or the basis or in virtue of it's why or not why. Why representing the necessity of God. Right? Or not why representing not the necessity of God. So it'd be believing that facts exist
They deny both.
in virtue of not
And the
the necessity
agnostic
of God.
denies both. That is the point.
Yeah, the agnostic denies they know what grounds those facts, John.
That's not. No. It's not about that. It is.
Yes, it is.
That they believe that facts exist without the necessity of God. That is what
And
they're
they also
believing. This is what they're believing.
answer in the negative to, do you believe facts exist? With the negative, with the, they deny
Yeah, with
both.
the necessity of God, they would say no.
They deny both, though. They also,
No, they
would
do
also
not.
deny the.
Cannot
Yeah,
deny
they
both.
do.
They do.
But Darth
Here's
never
time.
asks. Darth
Did you
never
notice how you
asks
tripped
them.
up with
Just reverse it. If you
CrossCloud
said
makes it easy to-
that facts don't exist without necessity of God, they would say no. And
Why
by
would they
right,
say
that would
facts
make them,
don't exist?
Shut
That's
up.
not what they're
That would
believing.
make them a theist, right? But he wouldn't make that argument.
Why would anyone ask, do you believe that facts don't exist? That's not the case.
No not saying that.
It's never the person believing that facts don't exist.
John's
I see what Haiti's saying here. It makes sense, but I think you could address it in a more subtle way.
He literally said, do you believe that facts don't exist, man?
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't finish the whole fucking sentence.
God.
That's what I meant.
Always the case that the agnostic is believing that facts exist.
So I think you could do it.
Yeah, nobody's saying it.
Way.
Anything
You could
else?
just simply say, "Oh, okay, so you don't believe facts exist, not dependent on God, and you don't believe they exist dependent on God.
Exactly.
You're just neutral." It's but you would be more.
That is the agnostic
Not the
position.
economy Darth is presenting, man.
Yeah, because he's dishonest. Because it's a trick.
No, it's just to get you to admit you're an atheist so you can run his fucking script, John.
Yeah, but you can have a little more subtle attack to get them to.
It's not a trick.
What John's saying.
Yeah, it is a trick.
That's what you could.
It is a trick.
What you could.
What you could
Do you believe I have a phone? Or that implies that you believe that it either works or it doesn't work.
Yeah, Van Til rejects neutrality.
being
That's
said.
why Darth tries to push people into atheism.
Yeah,
I think you could
there is
push
a
them
bit
into
of
it subtly without them
dishonest
knowing.
at this point, and we need to stop talking about
Yeah.
this. He's not going to move. He's just being dishonest. This is stupid.
Well,
Watch
I think
the
another
video.
5 minutes.
Watch the video,
Five more
and then
minutes.
you'll understand.
No,
Or you
Jake,
won't be
you've
able to
had
pretend you
all
don't.
day.
I've understood
Had
weeks
all-
ago,
There-
months ago, Haiti.
Since you said 4 minutes, Jane, there's 10 more
I
people
just
in here.
reject it. That's all.
Yeah, just give us like,
But you don't
just
want
give us
to
10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes.
10 more hours.
Jane,
I mean,
give me
kicking
30
John because he's
seconds.
being dishonest is like,
Jane, give
it's
me 30
weird to do
seconds
that
to
because,
seal
like,
the
as soon
deal.
as he enters the room, you know he's gonna do
No,
that.
no, I'm
Right?
not
We all
kicking
know
him because he's
dishonest.
dishonest. I'm kicking him because this is stupid. That's the. I'm
No,
sick of this.
That's why we do it, Jane.
Don't
JJ
give me
JJ
30
is
seconds.
semi-latched, and I'm
This
looking
has
at
been all
his belly. It's
day.
not distended enough
All
for JJ.
day.
Yeah,
Gross.
JJ,
Yeah,
the metaphorical belief thing.
Like,
Why don't we do
talk
this?
about atheism, man? They get
Why don't we
belly
just-
full of milk.
Why
I
don't we
don't
just
think
have
Darth
Matt
will
give
give me
Darth's
much more
argument?
now.
Matt knows
Yes,
Darth's argument, right?
Matt, give Darth's argument.
When you invoke facts, do you invoke them with the necessity of God or without the necessity of God?
Amen.
Neither.
That is
Now what, Matt?
That is a proper representation, sir.
Okay, so when I say there's an apple on the table and it's red
Now you're doing J
and it
Robert.
has appleness, you're saying that is not dependent upon God, that fact. But you're saying it's also not dependent on not God.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm an
So
agnostic.
Okay. So you're just saying both, it's not one and it's not the other.
How many more times
Wouldn't
are you
that
gonna
be a
ask?
contradiction at that
He's not. No, that's
No, you said-
you don't want to word it like that because it's technically wrong.
You said it anyway,
What's
well.
with your argument, Matt?
Wow.
Oh, they don't believe either one.
Well, I think there's
They
a
want to
saying they
frame
can't
it a
affirm
different
either
way,
one.
if you
I think
notice.
there's a more
Desperately
subtle
wanna
way you
reframe
could
it a
do it
different way.
without
Or just
even
don't.
asking that question. What I think you could do is when somebody says, I'm an agnostic, and they're saying they're neutral on the position, then you could say, oh, okay, well, would you like evidence for God, why I'm a believer in God? And they'd say, yes. And you say, oh, okay, well, you know, I look at this apple on the counter here, and I see consistency, conformity, characteristics of the apple that makes it the apple, and that it's a fact, it's consistent always and conformed always.
No, you're way off base, man.
And
Way
this
off.
fact is why, hold on just a second. This fact is evidence for God. And I'd say
Well, they're
that's
gonna have
why,
to accept
that's why I believe that this fact is dependent upon God, and therefore it's evidence for God. And then if the agnostic is truly neutral, the agnostic will say, oh, okay, yeah, I can see why you think that's evidence for God. But if the agnostic rejects it and says, no, that's not evidence for God, then he's demonstrated at that point that he's not neutral.
Well, why doesn't he just ask you more questions like, why do you think that is evidence for God?
Well, even if he had to ask more questions, it would start pointing to a bias that it's not evidence for God, right?
Well,
so it would start trending.
Yeah, but they
towards
have to believe
not
you
being
that it
neutral,
is evidence.
and it would go back to what Darth Dawkins is saying.
No,
Because
it would also have the same bias for the other choice.
But if he's truly neutral, I mean perfectly neutral, then he ultimately has to accept that is evidence for God from the Christian's perspective.
They have to believe that
if
it
that's
is
not
evidence.
an efficient explanation and he has to continue to answer, then that's starting to reveal that he's not really neutral. And that's how you could do it subtly without them even realizing it.
They have to believe it's evidence for it to count as evidence.
Correct.
A whole new layer of confusion.
So,
saying that,
oh, okay, I don't like that explanation. Why would you say that's evidence? Well, if that's not a sufficient explanation, then you've already demonstrated that you're actually not really neutral.
So, Matt,
would you agree?
No.
They don't
That's
want
a
to
different proposition.
Neutrality is a necessity.
You're not
Like, you
neutral that it's evidence. That's true, but you are neutral against the proposition still. The other one.
Yeah, but
Two different
see,
propositions.
I think if I were to say that if true neutrality exists, then the agnostic would just simply have to be, oh, okay, yeah, okay, and
That's not
then
what it
just
means.
leave it at that. But if
That's just
the
not what it
atheists start saying, that's not a sufficient enough explanation, then that's showing you're not neutral. That's the point. And that's what Darth...
Yeah, bringing Matt into the fold maybe wasn't the smartest
It's a
thing.
big mistake.
Okay,
It's another Darth sycophant that doesn't understand what he fucking says.
I will...
It's unbelievable.
That's how I see it, but we'll just have to respectfully agree to disagree.
You need to watch more Darth videos.
And by the way, Haiti, welcome back to the home of the free and the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You almost fucked that up.
Yeah, but I got that backwards.
Yeah, Margaret kind of.
Matt, would you agree that it's either the case that there's 5 cents in my pocket, or it's not the case that there's 5 cents in my pocket?
No, it's being that you have 5 cents in your pocket, right? It's either the case that someone gave it to you or someone did not.
This isn't your fucking analogy, John Lee. Shut your face.
I'm neutral on it. There could be 5 cents. Maybe there's not 5 cents.
I think I can word Darth.
That wasn't even the question, man.
I think I
I
can
asked you
word
if you would
Darth
agree that it's either the case that there is or there
Stop
isn't.
talking about Adams.
Right?
Say as one who
evidence thing. You
As
just say like,
one
well, I have
who
a
has
pocket.
the
That
utmost
just leads you to
respect
believe
for the
that
moderators
there
in
is
this
an answer.
room, I do not want to answer your question. I'd like to bow out because I have the utmost respect for the
So,
moderators.
Darth script isn't actually about clarity. It's about like facilitating trapping. But I think I can make it like clearer. Something like
lulls.
Everything that is the case is because of God. Therefore, if there's one thing that is the case not because of God, God is false.
Yes, that's actually his argument, Tom. That's a good steel man.
Well, it's better than the way he fucking says it, because his
That's
well,
actually
look.
exactly the same, but
He says, no. Look, do you affirm the necessity of referencing the necessity of God when invoking fact? You think that's fucking more clear than what I just fucking said? Are you high?
No, you were
just
more
like
clear.
fucking crazy?
Well, there you go. I mean,
Just-
you can have a more circumspect argument for tag, Tom.
Yeah, but here's the thing. No, but here's the thing, right? If it is the case that's more circumspect, right? Why doesn't he use something like that?
So it's
And I'll tell you why. Because the script is not designed to be clear and facilitate a discussion. It's designed to trap.
Well, it sounds speechy, though, kind of what he does.
Oh, bro, look, there's an even better example of
Calvinism is Augustinianism by Kenneth Wilson.
right.
Descent from Calvinism.
So I told Jay Rodman that I've accused him of like this is wording is designed to trap, and this is not wording that's designed to be clear.
I think you're giving too much credit to be the two design part.
I think it's just a defensive move. It's a defensive.
In the Baptist tradition.
So let me just illustrate my point, right? So
For the elect.
if like so almost like when
And that Augustine was influenced by Gnostic, Stoic, Manichaean, predeterminism.
comes back with
Get ready, you guys are going to be in shock. Let me first show you the table of contents.
God does not exist. Right?
Get this book.
Clear. He's not actually asking.
Okay, section 1. A biblical theological critique of the sociology of 5-point Calvinism.
Of people
take
it to mean.
Section 1 has 5 chapters.
The case where you keep
Augustine's works in chronological order, because Augustine mentioned
people don't understand, misunderstand it. How can that not prompt you?
that whoever wants to read his writings, read them chronologically from the first writing to the last.
Why it's
So guess what Kenneth Wilson did?
God to
Not only did he read Augustine's writings in order, he read them in Latin because he knows Latin.
Reasons for my belief, right?
You know about Weinstein, right?
Because Darth is looking for something that necessitates.
You know about Weinstein, so go watch it.
He doesn't ask it that way.
You get my point? All right, so
if he did,
Angel James White up the wall. Go to the description box. I give you the links to the interviews. He spanks James White.
Oh, God does not exist because. Okay, that is this fallacy. God does not exist because.
Ostrom said it is possible for facts to exist without the necessity of God. That's what he said. Okay, and he has no just. That's a big problem when you start making claims like that.
Depends on what modality, right?
Why is
If
that
he's
a
just
big
saying it's possible because not God doesn't entail a contradiction, it's not a problem at all.
He's claiming that it is possible for facts to exist without the necessity of God. That has a burden that he cannot.
I just told you if what he means by that is that not God doesn't entail a contradiction, or a fact existing without God doesn't entail a contradiction, then yeah, there's no problem.
And on top of that, like all of medicine and science and the things that you use every day are based on that. So why does it even matter to you? No, seriously, it's like abortion. Okay, let's take abortion. Women's health can be dealt with in a medical sense without the necessity of God. It's like you can actually help people do things.
You have no argument for that either.
No, there's not. No. So medical science exists without anything other than medical science.
I think Darth will argue that the science does exist with the necessity of God. You're saying it does not, and you're
I'm saying it
making these
doesn't matter if it
assumptions.
does or it does not.
No, you're just making the claim that science.
No, I'm saying it matter. It doesn't matter if it does or it does not. It actually just is.
Oh no.
I know. Oh no, is right. I mean, I don't even know. I don't know if you realize even what you're saying.
I do realize what I'm saying. I don't know if you realize what you're implying by not agreeing with that.
You just come on, properly basic facts. Is this where brute facts is?
No.
Going?
So like
It
the
just
device
is.
you're using right now to talk to me across halfway around the planet exists because it exists. It doesn't exist because of God. It exists because of whatever it is that math and
Existence is
No. Look. Just you're missing.
Can you believe this guy?
Look. Anything about the cell phone would just be something that is the case. Another way to think of it is, what they're trying to say is that whatever you're trying to posit at like the cell phone, like you're trying to say that the cell phone exists not because of God or something like that. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm trying to say that science and math exist because of the validity of the results that science and math exhibit.
Okay. So I can, so I'll tell you why that's not what they're saying. I know what you're saying.
So the why part is inconsequential to that it works. That's what I'm saying.
No, but their claim isn't inconsequential.
Well,
Their claim is
get that.
about.
I understand that.
No, look, their question is simply this. I'll reword it. Anything that you're going to appeal to, if you took away God from their perspective, would it still be the case? Anything that you're saying about the cell phone, if you took away God from their perspective, there would be no cell phone. There would be no science.
I understand that. I was raised Catholic, and I totally get that point of view. I mean, I understand how that comes about.
Do you believe that's false? Clearly, you believe that's false.
No, I don't believe that's false, John. Just stop for a second. No, John, stop for a second. Okay, I was raised heavily Catholic. You know, the whole thing. I understand where you're coming from. My larger point is that whether what you believe or does not believe, there are things that occur that can be repeated regardless of your belief. Do you acknowledge that or not? Did you hear that or no?
Did you hear my question?
My question to you is, are there
you do realize I asked you a question first, right?
What was your
question? I asked you if you believed it's false.
Believe what is false?
What Tom just said.
What did Tom just say?
Yeah, you're not even listening, are you? And then you want to ask me a question when I'm asking you a question? You don't even know what you said?
I'm actually making sure that I'm answering your question properly. What did Tom just say?
Do you believe that facts exist without the necessity of God?
Yes. Now, what's the problem?
You believe that facts exist without the necessity of God?
I just said yes. What's the problem?
And so you are you believe that God is not necessary, basically, is what you're saying, right?
I just said that facts exist without the necessity of God. What part of that did not make sense?
So you believe that basically...
I don't believe. I am stating that facts exist without the necessity of God. It's not a belief. I am stating that. Now, you can interpret that as a belief. That's fine. Why does that matter?
a belief. Well, it is a belief.
I get it, JJ, but I'm trying to ask you a specific question. Why does that matter?
So, why do you believe that?
Because if I put my hands in a fire and I hold it there, my hand will burn off. The things that I do in life that require clean water, talking to you on this phone, there are a lot of things that can be repeated, whether it be mathematical, scientific, or whatever. They are things that exist because they can be repeated. I don't have a problem with that. I don't understand why you have a problem with that, because you're using it right now.
Watching John Lee fumble around blindly trying to find a nipple is really cute to me.
Sure, that's fine, JJ, but I'm actually just trying to peg him on this specific question. I don't have a problem with that. What's the problem with that, John?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, people were trying to say that you don't necessarily have to hold that position if you're not a theist, right?
I don't know what that means.
But you do. You're not an agnostic. You're an atheist. Is this correct?
No, I'm not either agnostic nor atheist. I don't actually have the same point of view that anybody in this room has, probably. I don't have a problem with not defining myself as a different being, a theist or an atheist. I don't need to have an atheism or agnostic or atheism to define myself.
Wait,
is that a problem?
Are you an otherkin?
I am probably something along the lines of a universalist or a pragmatist. I don't know what you want to call it, but I don't define myself as being opposite of theism. I don't define myself as having to acknowledge theism to be agnostic, and I don't define myself as being atheist, which infers that I have to be the opposite of theism. I don't understand why that's actually a problem for you, John. Why is that a problem?
Because you haven't explained to me how facts can possibly exist without the necessity of God.
I can explain it very simply. If you put your hand in a fire and you hold it there, your hand will burn off. If you don't eat for a whole year, you will die. That's all I need to tell you. Why is that a problem?
You don't think your answer is a problem?
Do you think that if you don't eat for a year, you will live? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't see how that follows that God is not necessary there.
I didn't say otherwise. I'm telling you the first order.
Actually, I did say otherwise.
No, John, time out. I told you if you don't eat for a year, you will die. Do you believe that to be true or not? And do you want to test that theory? Would you like to test that theory? Are you willing to not eat for a year to see if that theory is true?
And it is true because
I didn't ask
of God, right?
I asked
because of God, right?
Test that theory. No, it's a theory.
Oh, it's not true because
John,
it's true because of not God. That's what you're saying.
No,
you said it's true because of not God.
What I'm asking you is, you willing to test that theory that if you don't eat for a year, you will live? Do you believe that if you don't eat for a year, you will live or you will die? I am saying that I think you will die. I am happy to test that theory. Are you willing to test the theory? Because I'm not going to do it. I believe it.
Yes,
do you want to test the theory about whether you don't eat for a year, you will die?
Okay, well, here's the difference. I believe that theory because I believe in God, right?
That's great.
The question is, you claim to believe it in virtue of not God. And my question is, your belief. You want to interrupt me.
John, time out. You keep saying what I believe. I am telling you, I believe it in of itself. Period.
That's correct. That's correct. And you're saying that you believe it in and of itself, and I'm saying I believe it in virtue of God, meaning that you are claiming that God is not necessary for your belief. That you think that somehow you can believe it. Yes, you are making that claim.
No, you're making shit up. I am telling you that I believe in and of itself. Period.
Well, I don't think you want to make that. I don't think you want to make that claim either.
Me
I think
or
your claim is that you believe you. I think you claim that they're true, or that you believe them. Take your pick, because of repeatable, testable observations.
Okay, well, I'll give you that, JJ. That's actually true. Yes.
Because you're a scientismist.
I'm I would call it a scientific slash, yeah, I don't even know what the second word is. Like, I think the word is universalist, but it's not even that. So, but to your point, JJ, that is actually true. I believe in repeatable, observable. I mean, observable is a bad word. I believe in repeatable, theoretical kind of.
No, it's observable.
It's observable.
John Lee, is that
John's gonna hear that?
Is repeatable?
Is my point.
Is repeatable, testable observations? Is that
testable is a great word.
Justification enough?
No, I wouldn't say that it is. I reject naturalism. The better question is, why does he believe what he does?
No, why
he
don't
just basically said because it is.
Why is that not good enough?
Because some of the presuppositions that are required for the empirical, the natural sciences.
John, seriously, man, you and I can do a test. We both.
Well, I don't know why you don't let him answer this.
We both follow the test. You don't eat for a whole year, and I will eat for a year.
Yeah, we've said that several times.
And we'll see who is alive at the end of it, and then we'll discuss.
Skip the troll, man.
Yeah, I hear you guys, but at the same time, John is being kind of like a flat earther troll in the sense that.
Yeah, we all know John Lee is.
I know, but at the same time, he's not actually engaging in something that actually has a stake in his own existence. And when you have a discussion with people like this, whether it be flat earthers or whatever, when you have somebody have a discussion in such a way that they don't have a stake in it, it's all like supposition and bullshit. And we're just going to go around in circles on that. So, you know.
John Lee.
The only person I see going in circles is you, sir.
I want to know.
That's because you have no self-awareness of your own circularity.
Because first and foremost, you pretend that I reject the natural sciences. I do not.
Wait, what?
Really?
I thought you said you were a naturalist and you rejected that piece.
You just said.
Yes, I do reject naturalism. That doesn't mean I reject the natural sciences.
Oh, well, what's naturalism as opposed to the natural sciences?
Well, the natural sciences involves the empirical study of the natural universe, right?
Well,
and so I certainly believe in scientific method, the veracity of science in the scope of its ability to explain. However, right, there is no grounding for any of the natural sciences, and so he's claiming that you don't need a God. That's kind of like how Lawrence Krauss would respond. Like, we don't need a God.
So you're just saying
philosophically, that's an unjustifiable position.
So you're saying you believe in the natural sciences without grounding. And then what's the difference between that and naturalism?
Well, I would say the natural sciences are grounded in God.
But you just
oh my God.
Yeah.
Maybe we should put this down, Jane.
Guys,
Just
I tried
move on.
over 20 minutes ago.
This is something new topic.
Yeah.
For John Lee to flounder on.
Except I don't like it when he talks about science because it's stupid. Again, I'm using lack of vocabulary here. It's all stupid.
Does it seem like it to anybody else that John Lee has a lot of time on his hands?
Way too much time.
I have a lot of time, Jerry.
You got a lot of time on your hands.
And no time to learn anything.
I also wanted to bring up a fact that came to my attention. I don't think I've ever heard John, when he's addressing men interrupting him, he always brings up that they're interrupting him. I understand that and complains about it, the snivels. But he never ever tells them to shut up or to shut their mouths or comments on their lips. And I think that's a little odd. But he only does that with women.
Sounds about right for a guy like.
Wow.
Don't surprise me.
Is that true, John? Are you avoiding commenting on my lips just because I'm a man? There might be some veracity to what you're talking about, Jane.
Yeah.
I have to investigate it. Maybe it's a biblical thing about women being silent in church. Maybe, what do you think?
Oh my God.
Wouldn't surprise me either.
I still find it fascinating in the age of 2022, on the internet, with cell phones, with all technology, with all the things that are going on, with the James Webb Telescope, that we have people who won't even acknowledge facts. Not even like the hand in the fire fact, but like 2 + 2 = 4 fact, and all the mathematics that go behind making all this work. I just don't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah, 1 can equal 3 in spiritual math.
It's just amazing to me. Like everything about the modern world, everything from clean water to architecture to city design to the James Webb Telescope to seeing the universe, all these amazing things we have. And we have people who want to discuss what the meaning of is, and I just find it like crazy. I just don't get it.
Well, what do you think is?
is equals is. It's fine.
It's fine. All right. Does anybody?
Not a good joke.
Yeah. It's not funny. I don't know. Does anybody know who Andre is? Is he supposed to be somebody I should know?
No, I'm just a random person.
Do you know Rapscuttle?
I don't know. I got into discussions through Bishop and some other people about a year ago. I don't know why I fall trapped to these kind of conversations. I would love to have a discussion about atheistic stuff and whether atheism is a good definition or whether agnosticism is a good definition.
Oh, here we go.
Science. I'd love to have a discussion about science versus math versus emotional intelligence versus any other thing except for the stuff that John's been talking about, because I find that kind of stuff to be so obviously not worth it. That's just my point of view. I mean, your guys' room and all that kind of stuff, but that's just
I got one for you. What's the definition of atheist?
So from my point of view, I find the definition of atheism to be awkward, because to be defined as atheism is inherently to acknowledge theism, and I don't understand why we have to continually discuss atheism as the opposite of theism, or that theism in itself is relevant or true or useful. That's like my main concern. Is I don't want to talk about atheism from the point of view of anti-theism, non-atheism, not believing in God, etc. Because
wait. My app crashed. Could you start over?
Oh my God, really? I find the discussion about atheism. I find the discussion about atheism to be awkward because, generally speaking, I find the discussion about theism to be where we should have a discussion. That why is that the inherent default point of view? I mean, obviously we know from history and from what people believe, but I don't like to discuss atheism as basically being the opposite or negative version of theism. What I think would be more useful is what does it mean to be human in the modern world? What does it mean to be human in a world where we have technology and science, all these other kinds of things? Why do we still have these debates with people who are theists as if we're the opposite of them? we don't need to worry about being the opposite of them. We just have other things we are concerned about, and we should be discussing where that means we're going. Like this past 3 or 4 hours with John is like, who cares? Like, he's gonna be what he is.
Have you met IO?
I have not, Jane. Sorry.
You should go try to find IO. I bet he would love to talk to you about.
No, he would hate to talk about the definition of atheism.
No, but what I'm saying is he also thinks that he has the same view, that talking about this stuff that we talk about is a waste of time, and he wants to talk about science and what it means to be human and all that other.
Well, they're right. A lot of what we talk about is a waste of time.
Nice, Tom.
I'm not quite Tom.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, whether I said agnostics exist or agnostics do not exist, I mean, this is what they want.
When I'm talking to you about anything is dumb.
That's correct.
But sometimes, I mean, sometimes dumb is funny, which is why it's tolerated dumb.
Well, it's actually would be useful if the discussion was logical, and you could actually have a discussion between. I mean, I know what you guys are doing, is trying to be logical. John's attempting to be logical, but he's not, and that's the problem I generally have. Is like, look, can we have a discussion that's rooted in either a logical consistency or a philosophical consistency? And that's whatever, John. I'm not gonna get into that with you. My larger point is that atheism, my bigger point with atheism is that we discuss atheism as the opposite of theists, and I find that to be generally useless because people like John are not going to change their mind.
You know what?
Flat earther.
I think you're going to find, at least in Clubhouse, there are not too many lack-theists like yourself, right? There are people who believe that there is no God, and they're going to define atheism philosophically as the belief there is no God, as the negation of theism. And your position would be not welcomed, usually in places like Clubhouse. Well, Facebook is probably maybe more suited to people like.
My experience is that they would be at least willing to listen for an argument and a consistency of debate where you have not been. That would.
Yeah, I don't think Johnny's even right. I think that there's plenty of people that feel the same way you do in Clubhouse.
Are you awake still, Haiti? I knew it.
Is she napping? I wanted to brag to her about my
jet lag.
my
It's
triple
like,
cream brie on crackers and my Rainier cherries.
I was gonna say it's like 4 a.m. there or something. I mean, she's here, but she's
No.
on their time.
Oh, they're well. I have no idea.
Where is she? In
No, it's only like she's
like 2 a.m.
It's only about 11.
I'm in Amsterdam.
No,
It's
something
2:20 in the morning right now. So where is she?
Well, she's in the U.S. now, but she was in Europe and just got back a couple hours ago.
Okay. Well, I'm in Amsterdam, and it's basically +1 GMT, and it's 2:20 in the morning here right now. So.
Oh, there you go. She's asleep.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
for her it'd only be like midnight or 1.
Okay, well, anyway, there's a new theist that I found in chat. His name is Dante. He's up here and he sounds crazy. So if anybody wants to talk to him,
Why am I
up on stage.
crazy? How dare you?
Sounds crazy.
Let us count the ways.
You want to start off with trying to answer Andre's question about these facts that we all seem to hold to without having grounding in them?
Why don't you go ahead, Dante? Tell us your flavor.
I just came in here and my first question was, why do atheists have the highest suicide rate? And I don't know if that makes me crazy or something. I don't understand why I was even brought up here, but that was my initial question.
Oh yeah, citation please. That's a good place to start. Yeah, I don't know. If it's true, I have no idea why that is.
Yeah, it's an empirical claim, so you should just be able to pull it up.
Yeah, put the link in the chat.
regardless of it being true or not, I have no idea why that is.
While I get the stat, can you answer the question? Because it's going to take a minute for me to get it.
I think I just answered it.
Instead, we don't know.
Dante, I just answered.
Hold on.
So it
Instead of
could be
sitting,
the case.
hold on. Instead of sitting here in silence, can you answer the question?
I did.
We're trying to, and you tried to.
I've answered it a couple times now.
So my answer, he said he doesn't know, and my answer is that there are probably statistically just as many across the board population of people who would want to commit suicide from theists versus atheists, but the theists think that they will be punished if they do it for an eternity. So there are reasons that are keeping them from doing it, even though they maybe would have otherwise.
But why would you even venture an answer until you see the empirics? You even wonder what you're trying to answer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I agree. That's what's weird about this whole thing. Just bring the empirics and then we can discuss why we think it might be the case.
I don't even see the use in speculating.
Yeah, I don't either. I think this is stupid.
I think you just want to avoid the question because you're scared to think of the answer.
Oh my God!
Well, I did answer the question. Jane answered the question.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the guy who said it's stupid. I'm not talking to you.
But like I said, I mean,
So what flavor of theist are you, Dante, if I may ask? Are you a Christian?
do you think anybody can answer the question, Dante?
I never claimed to be a theist. That person just said that, but I don't know why they said that.
Do you think that anybody can answer the question?
I was assuming. I should have asked. Are you a theist, Dante?
I'm not exactly religious, but I believe that religious ideas and teachings have some sort of merit and use in our society. I mean, for instance,
metaphorically true.
They prevent people from committing suicide.
Do you think God exists? Do you believe that?
Okay, well, what is God exactly? What is
As you define
God?
As you define. Typically, it's like a disembodied mind.
Well, can we back up a minute, Manuel? Because the highest suicide rate is in Scandinavia, where it's ironically the highest happiness rate, where people are the most happy. And people have researched this topic about why there's such a high suicide rate in places like Norway and Sweden. And what they've discovered is that because everybody is super happy, that when you're not happy, the difference and differential that occurs between happiness and not happiness is very extreme. And there's a high suicide rate. So the larger question is, Dante, is like, where are you coming from on the stat and why does it matter? Because there's a lot going on in that question, and I don't think you're quite giving it the credit that it deserves for the discussion.
Well, I think it's 16. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that it's going to be the happiest country because all the sad people are going to be dead.
No, that's not what I said. The thing about Scandinavia, Norway, Scandinavia, Finland, or Sweden, Finland, is that their quality of life is super high. Healthcare, cost of living, life to work balance. There's all these things that are amazingly high across the planet, such that if you're not in that bucket, if you're like, let's say if you're like a middling American living in that country, given that everybody else is seemingly so happy, seemingly so well off, you feel like you're failing. The suicide rate tends to be higher with you because of that. So the question I have to you is, when you say suicide rate, are you talking about religion, quality of life? What are you talking about with regards to high suicide rate? Because when I read the data is complicated, and the question is not so straightforward in terms of, oh, they believe in God or they don't believe in God.
What I'm saying is that atheists have the highest suicide rate. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's regarding upon that where it is or what country or what culture. It's just the fact that atheists have the highest suicide rate. Why is that?
Does the data pull from all the countries, or is it like a subset, or what's the data scope of the data they push in for the sample size? We can question the study and the veracity of the study and all those things, right?
It's in the world.
Listen, I understand. What I'm saying is we can question the study and all these things and the veracity of all these facts. Like, we don't have to accept it just because you present it. You understand that, right?
I get that. So are you saying
Okay.
that atheists are the happiest, are probably have the least?
That's not what I said at all. That's not what I said at all. Why would you think that?
More like sequences are found in similar locations between a human and a chimpanzee.
So I'm going to let
these groups within group patterns.
I'm going to let you troll because you're not
fewer like sequences shared between what is assumed to be a more distant relative by the evolutionary community. Of course, we don't believe we're apes. We don't believe we're related to apes. This is what the evolutionist assumes, okay? Such as a gorilla, or orangutan, a bonobo, a lemur, so on and so forth. So evolutionary scientists appeal to what is called a family tree. And they interpret the nested hierarchical pattern within primate genome. Okay, in terms of her arrangement, as in, humans share more with chimpanzees than humans do with an orangutan. Well, they interpret this as reflecting common ancestry, large-scale evolution. And a big difference there is proponents of evolution, they believe in universal common ancestry, as I pointed out in the beginning, which is why this is important to set the foundation. So they'll say all primates are related, while we as biblical creationists, we say there exists separate ancestry. So in a nutshell, and just the easiest way to explain it, overall in terms of anatomy, morphology, physiology, and genetics, humans and chimpanzees share more. It's just standing back and looking at the organism shouldn't be a surprise than humans would with
what kind of answers you guys would come up with? Because I'm curious about it too. Like, why would atheists commit suicide more often than others? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You haven't cited the facts on that.
Well, just based on the statement. Again, we don't know what the study actually looked at, what the size was, how well it represents any region or the whole world.
We don't even have a situation yet.
But even if we just take it for granted, Dante, do you think that anybody could know why that is?
Here.
Sure. Well,
Dante,
someone should know.
How could somebody know?
Someone should know here?
How could somebody know why that statistic is true?
I don't know. Atheists seem to be pretty smart people. I think you guys.
See,
he's a fucking troll, dude.
He's a troll. See, that's what I said.
I didn't ask to come up here, assholes.
I don't know that he's a troll. I think he's just dumb.
Well, could be. That's true. He could just be dumb. Are you dumb, Dante, or are you a troll?
Dante, me smart. Let's say, Dante, that we grant you. Let's say that we grant you that atheists commit suicide the most, and it's because we're the most sad and we don't have God or whatever. So does that make God more true? No, not at all. Then what difference does it make? Like, what's your next step if we say that, like, yeah, atheism is just a sad way to live and we're depressed, and that's why we commit suicide? So, like, then what? Is it the best way to live? Is it even if you're in a situation that is thought to be hopeless and unable to escape from, doesn't it bear some sort of use to think that perhaps that it might be escapable, or there is some chance that you can get out of it, some sort of hope, rather than living in suffering and agony?
Well, that's probably why not all atheists commit suicide. And then you'd have to ask the question also, why do some theists commit suicide?
That's a good question. If the reason atheists commit suicide is because they don't have God, why do theists commit suicide, Dante?
Maybe because they're not truly theists.
Oh, so people who commit suicide. Right. Wow.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Amazing.
Dante, what do you think of Jordan Peterson?
He's the guy who sounds like Kermit the Frog, right?
Yes.
Some people say that.
I mean, it's pretty sad that a lot of young men have to look up to that guy for words of wisdom when if you see him recently, he's off his medication. He's just a poor sap, and it doesn't make any sense anymore. He's just I don't know. He's not a very good person to.
Well, nobody's ever had to look up to him because he's not really said anything new.
Yeah, exactly.
There's been plenty of other examples.
He's not the first person to say clean your room. Like, I don't know why that's so amazing to people. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. And he's a complete charlatan.
Well, no, in a different direction.
He's espousing some similar ideas, though.
No, I get the reference. I just found that went in a different direction.
Well, you think that I like Jordan Peterson?
No, he's just saying that you share some similar views.
Exactly.
I think you're in love with him, personally.
Okay, this is off topic a little bit, but I found the whole debate between like Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson to be very strange. I don't know where you're going to go with that, JJ, but I don't know.
I hardly remember it. I watched it and I don't hardly remember it.
It was like 4 years ago, but the whole like Sam Harris trying to be nice to Jordan Peterson was, I don't know, I found that very strange.
I think they're both cringe as fuck, honestly.
Yeah, so do I. All right. You're also very boring, Dante. Much like Jordan Peterson.
Sorry, I'm at work right now. I'm like trying to help customers and like talk to you guys at the same time. It's a little...
No, you don't have to talk to us. That's what I'm saying. Too boring.
You know what I think is boring is people who like you who sit on Clubhouse all day and try and preach to other people who do nothing but sit on Clubhouse all day. I think that's pretty boring, honestly.
I wouldn't.
Oh my God!
I don't.
Preaches.
But you guys must be really boring in real life if you have to do nothing but sit on Clubhouse all day.
I don't do that.
That's true.
The irony of sitting on Clubhouse and demeaning people for sitting on Clubhouse.
Hey, I'm only on here for like 5-10 minutes a day. Okay.
Well, then you're.
This is like one out of 2 Clubhouse rooms. This is like every other Clubhouse room is full of black people.
Wow. Shit. I think that was one of the, he had to have been one of the stupidest.
I thought it'd be more fun than it was, honestly.
No, it was the right amount of fun, I think. That's good. That's fine.
Oh, so it was you?
Me what?
Yes,
want to
Jane is responsible.
So I'll be quiet.
It's a nice little palate cleanser.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I had a question for Andre real quick. Andre, do you think that there are any compelling arguments that you've heard against the existence of specific gods, like maybe Christianity or Islam?
Oh boy. So so full disclosure real quick. I am from Texas. I live in Amsterdam right now, but I'm from Texas. I am a Mexican American. I was raised Roman Catholic, like hardcore Roman Catholic. So my name is Ukrainian, but I was raised, I'm basically Mexican American. My problem with a lot of
You're Ukrainian?
I'm half Ukrainian, half Mexican, so go figure.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with that. I'm half Ukrainian. You can do whatever you want with that. So my larger point with a lot of this is that given the time that we live in, the technology we have, all the stuff going on in the world that we have at our disposal, I find religion to shut down conversation, where science is about exploration and trying to understand things that we don't understand yet. So I don't have a problem with religion other than I'm disappointed, having grown up Roman Catholic and not being Roman Catholic anymore, that I would like to have humanity and life be about exploration, discovery, and understanding things we don't understand yet, rather than shutting down conversation because X says so, Y says so, the Bible says so, etc. So that's my point of view, and I don't like to define it yet because I don't know what it means, other than I like the exploration and I like the path of trying to know more. And that's all I'm coming from, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's a good point of view. I understand that too.
You've never.
I want to know though. What? Go ahead, Jay.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you. You've never heard an argument that you found compelling against the existence of, like, say, a Christian God?
So I had so when I was in high school, for example, I dated a girl who was Quaker, and I went to Quaker masses or whatever they call them. I went to mass on Sundays, but they're not called masses. I know they're not called masses. I apologize. I don't know how to call them. I've had explorations of my roommate in high school. I went to boarding school, so my roommate in high school was Hindu. I've had lots of dabbling in other philosophies. And
I'm so sorry. I have to know. What was it like dating a Quaker?
It was quite different.
So, I mean, genuine curiosity, by the way.
No. So her parents were black and white. So her father was black, her mother was white. And I found the Quakers to be very forgiving, which I didn't find my Roman Catholic upbringing to be. And I don't want to make a judgment about that. I just want to point that out. That I'm just like, I find a lot of this stuff to be exploratory, and I like exploring new ideas and new things. And where I find the fault with religion mostly is I don't have a problem with faith, but I find religion to be too prescriptive and not enough exploratory. And I actually enjoy exploring new ideas, and where my religion and upbringing comes into conflict is when it tries to answer something that I don't think needs to be answered, and I think it needs to be explored. I mean, that's a weird way of saying it, but that's the only way I can describe it.
Do you believe in God?
I don't know. I wish I did. I don't think I do. What I'm at right now is I'm trying to. I mean, I'm 52 years old. I'm at the point in time where I want to know more and learn more, and I don't care if there is a God or there's not a God. What I care about is just learning, because I only have a certain amount of time on this earth. From here on out.
But if there's a God or not a God is part of learning.
It is, but I'm not concerned with whether there is or not. I'm concerned about the exploration of whether there is or not, if that makes any sense.
Do you think we can know?
Yeah, they're deductive arguments.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not concerned with whether we can or not. I'm still more concerned with just exploration. I mean, I'm at the point in my life where I just want to keep exploring, because if I don't, I'm kind of done, right? I'm kind of like, if I know everything, then what's the point of waking up every day and doing stuff?
Well, come on. You're in Amsterdam?
I live in Amsterdam, yes. After being, raised in Texas and California and living in the U.S. for most of my life. I've been here about 5 years now, so, yeah.
Yeah. Say you knew everything. Then you can stop trying to know stuff, and you can just do stuff.
Yeah, I wish that were true, but every time I've thought about that, it feels empty. All I can say is that, so part of what I want to do is I want to continue learning and writing and thinking and exploring, not because I want to find the answer, but mostly because I feel like if I don't do that, I'm going to be dead in a couple of years. I just don't think I'll have the will to live.
Because you don't like doing things?
No, it's more about keeping this is a weird way of answering this. It's more about keeping my brain and my body active.
Do they not have Sudoku where you are?
They do. I do it every day. Well, I do. What's that? What's that stupid Wordle? I do Wordle every day.
Oh, great.
Yeah. No, it's. I'm going to be like traveling to Scotland in 2 weeks. That's going to be great because I've never been to Scotland and I want to just check it out. I just find that, I don't know, the whole atheist discussion to me is that I was raised heavily Roman Catholic, like seriously Roman Catholic.
And you were indoctrinated from a young age, and you actually believed that Jesus.
I was in mass every
Jesus
Sunday.
walked on water, and all. You believed all that stuff.
Oh, I was at soccer games on Saturday praying to God that we would win because that's what we were taught.
Yeah, but you believed that would help have some effect.
No, I absolutely believe that.
Did you believe that you were actually eating Jesus' body and drinking his blood?
Yes. Yeah. Up until I was about 12 or 13 years old. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is that I wasn't exposed to all the other things that other people believed. And that's the part that I still find frustrating. Like, all the whole conversation with John, like, I don't have a problem with what he believes. What I have a problem with is that he won't consider what other people believes. And that's where the missing part for me is. You know, I know I hear that, Jane. You know, quite frankly, yes, I do too. But I have a problem with it only because I've had these other experiences with a woman who is Hindu, with a girlfriend who was Quaker. You know, the whole thing. I don't know. I find it all interesting and fascinating, and I think the whole atheist thing would be better served if we didn't discuss atheism as opposition to theism. But I really wish we should talk about things that we were all discovering and make the theists justify why they have answers when we clearly don't have answers. We should be exploring. We shouldn't be worried about that we don't have answers. We should be, trying to constantly find out what's happening, 100 years from now, 200 years from now. And that's where I feel like the problem is that theists tend to shut down the conversation about where we're going. And I find that to be abhorrent.
Do you understand that you can take a theistic claim and then you could use your mind to derive a contradiction and some entailment in their belief? You understand that, right?
I understand that. But at the same time, how do you get the James Webb Telescope with a theistic point of view? That would be my question, Daniel.
How do you get a piece of technology which allows us to see further into space with theism?
Yeah. Where do you get that when you look at the universe? Where do you get the James Webb Telescope from a theistic, whether it be Islam, Christianity, Judaism, or even Wiccanism? Like, where do you get that from those point of view? Yeah,
I see a contradiction there that in someone believing that God exists and also being able to create a piece of technology. I just don't see.
The Middle East was the hub of scientific discovery during its peak Islamic religious phase.
No, so generally I agree with both what you're saying. So Mark
just
and
historically,
Daniel.
you're right.
No, I understand what you mean by when I'm wrong. What I'm trying to point out to you, what I'm trying to point out to you is that in the general terms of debate and discussion these days, most people don't take your point of view. They take the point of view of whatever their pastor says, or whatever their preacher says, or whatever their about the world, and that's where I have a problem. I don't have a problem with what those people say. What I have a problem is when those people.
Okay. Same to me, so I don't expect all the live viewers on this one. I don't think anyone knows marijuana with the people on the live right now, but it's
that would constitute.
People are dreading having to go to work.
Because you're saying that certain varieties of religious belief lead to suppression of other ideas or ways of thinking.
Yeah, so in general, I'd like to not say that, but my experience has been that, yes, more often than not, that tends to happen.
So you are opposed to religion in some way?
I am opposed
suppression
to
of atheism, laws.
No, I am opposed to religion from a political or scientific point of view. I'm not opposed to faith from a personal point of view. I don't think that in government or in science or in medicine or education that religion has any point of view. I'm happy with people having faith. That does not bother me.
Wow, I sure don't care what you believe. I would say 99.
What though?
I'd say like 99% of atheists are in agreement with you.
He's reached
Yeah,
his,
exactly.
he needs attention again.
My larger point.
Yeah, John is found somebody to lash out at.
His claws grew back.
My larger point is that if you have faith about how you want to live your life, if that makes you a good person, if that makes you loving, if that makes you just, if it makes you, feel about your fellow person, man, woman, whatever, then that's great. What I don't appreciate is when faith or when religion hits science or politics in such a way that it shuts down conversation.
Yeah, I hear you. In fact, I want to open up some conversation.
Go for it.
In fact, if we could revisit a little topic we were discussing earlier, just to get your take on it. I wonder if you think that cats have beliefs.
Cats, dogs, does it matter?
Not really, but I like the example of cats.
Yeah, I know.
More of a cat man.
I have an amazing dog. My dog is half Dalmatian, half.
I just want to know if you think they have beliefs.
Well, so I want to be specific here. My dog has a body clock where I think he believes if he behaves a certain way, he'll get to go outside. I don't like that, and I want to break him of that habit. But I think he has beliefs based on habit. I don't know if it's a belief based on intelligence or self-awareness, if that makes sense.
Or what?
Self-awareness.
Self-awareness or intelligence.
Oh, wow.
Do you think the existence of God, the fact that God exists, let's say that God exists, do you think that that's just trivial?
Yes.
I don't know if it matters if it's trivial. I believe it's trivial, but I don't think it matters.
It's trivial, but it's trivial. I like that, actually.
Let me put it this way, Daniel. If I walked up to the mountains of Switzerland and I yelled at the stars that nobody treats me properly, nothing's going to happen. It's like nobody cares. So that's, to my point, trivial, but I don't think it matters. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do you do mushrooms?
I wish I could. I have no, I don't. I have a lot of things that go on in my life that do not allow me to, and that's all I can say about that.
You smoke weed?
I live in Amsterdam. If I could smoke weed, I would.
You cannot live in Amsterdam and not smoke weed.
Trust me, I wish I could. If I did, I would just be like 400 pounds. I can't.
Do you go to the red light district?
No, I don't.
Oh my god, dude. What good?
You smoke weed.
You live in Amsterdam. That's like one place where you can definitely smoke.
So I know. Look, around the corner from me is a great coffee shop. It's amazing. No, for me, I have like
ADHD. Stay here for like hours. Wait for us to walk into our. No, not that long. I won't.
Yeah, I try.
Couple of minutes.
And it makes me more panicky. And the more I try to. I wish I could, man. I really wish I could, but I don't, because it makes me freak out.
No, why do you wish you could do that?
Because about
Have you ever been treated for a mental illness?
Yes, I actually am on board. So right before the pandemic occurred, I was analyzed to having panic attacks and other things. So I was on SSRIs for about 2 years. I'm almost off of them right now. But for me, I have conditions in my brain that I know I've been learning about. I've actually tried microdosing, like mushrooms, to see if that helps. It kind of does, but for me, I need to explore them more. But I need to explore them in a controlled fashion because I might play it here.
I think that you should. All right, good enough. And there's actually ketamine treatment.
I'm looking into all kinds of things right now. What I know is
specifically ketamine treatment. I want to ask you about that too.
What was that, JJ? I missed that.
Have you looked into ketamine treatment at all?
I haven't looked into ketamine. To John's point, I've been taking basically Prozac. I've been like on Prozac for the past 2 years. No, for me, it's like I've been learning a lot about my brain and how my body works, which has been quite great because growing up, for me, it was a different experience. I actually don't have a problem with different treatments and stuff like that. I'm always open to exploring. But for me, drugs just make me freak out. And it's ironic because I live in Amsterdam and I literally live around the corner from some of the best thing.
I'll throw a link out there. They have good coffee. I hate you, scumbag. Hate brains. I'll throw a link out there. If anybody would like to join, you're welcome.
Lots of coffee. I love
okay, you're not sure. Drink lots. It's one of the most amazing comments yesterday. Cracked me up.
I don't want to get too much into
discussing Jesus and that's a good thing. But
I tried lots of things.
In this particular thing, it totally cracked me up. Well, thanks to us. It's fun playing around with
kind of the way it is.
12-string tuned in, like a D minor or something like that. Alex Abel.
Yeah, I drink 2 cups of coffee a day.
Oh, all right. Twats, link. There's a link. Anyhow, what really got me?
My problem is if I do
a couple things, so I'll address.
If I do weed.
Okay, so we have this guy with MGWA, but I don't know his letters are. Anyhow, so he's a couple weird circles before and after. Anyhow, he says that Yahweh is Satan. The last guy I knew who said that was Lyme syndrome. Wait, what did they call it? Von Helton. He's never mind. Sorry about this. Von Helton and Bin Laden. Okay. Anyhow, so Von Helton. He thought that the only difference would be that he said that Yahweh was good, but Jehovah is the devil, I think. Now, however, though, this guy.
Yeah, I have a lot of.
Let's see here. Okay, so we got. Hello there.
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, what's that?
Good to see you, sir. Good to see you.
Good to see you. What's up?
Austin? Not too much. How are you?
Well, I'm good. Come on, Bond.
That's awesome. I just found out today, or just this moment, literally, the AI is so advanced that, like, for you personally, I'm not even kidding you, there's like 100 different chat AI bots that they made specifically for you that literally respond every second and every moment and like even with your eye movement, according to like your eye movement with the camera, like it sees the exact text that you're looking at, and it looks like some like very high out there professional comedian just started a live stream, and it ended up being literally just me and him, and I didn't realize it the entire time.
Well, not a problem though. I don't have a camp hooked up anyhow.
That's fine.
They can't see me then. I get that too.
Yeah, that's kind of my.
Oh, that's fine. I think it's even just the fact that, like, apparently, like, your voice, the sound of your voice is enough to, change your bacteria in your body, and, like, you can actually, like, the genetic, reception of stuff like that. And so, like,
what do you think between 5G and say you've spoken to your phone and you had earplugs?
Yeah,
Really well. Could you kill the coronavirus with that?
I think so. I think it's healing my head.
Yeah. That's why the Chinese don't use headphones anymore with your phone. That's controlling. That's
yeah, I have a Chinese phone.
You have to buy the charger and the headphones, earbuds, whatever anymore.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, I have good news.
I think they made a world peace plan.
Sandman.
And like some guy told my dad at Miners, like right when I was starting to have these like realizations that Skynet is active. So
he plays. What do you think of like harmonica, like in blues? You know, like way back then, people call it the harp. And if you think about it, it probably ties in with Alaska. A lot of those people probably came from Alaska anyhow. And you're familiar with the harp system in Alaska, right?
Asshole.
yeah.
I watched
It probably ties together.
Oh, spoilers! Fuck you, Walt.
But his part of
Probably, I think they switched it up. What?
Yeah, but well, I think what
I watched an interview with Neil Gaiman, and he was quite all right with all that.
Yeah, that's what got me excited about it as well. So yeah, it's good
He's
so
also
far.
thinking about the various shots and things like that. So yeah.
It feels like a 1980s Henson production, in that it's really dreamlike in a specifically 80s fashion.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah,
It better be good.
The trailer looks really good. Cast looks really good. The author, creator, signed off on any kind of changes that were made. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, the
Okay,
story
so,
changes are just necessity, like little things like that. But it's really
Yeah.
So I want to ask
24 hours is different
Jane-
enough that it's its own story in this.
So
You know
I
what I'm
would
talking about,
ask-
JJ.
So I like to ask the question of JJ and Jane and Alex again for the room. Why is atheism defined as atheism? Do you want to have a discussion where atheism is defined as something else, and you don't have to define it as not theism?
No, I'm not even an atheist.
No,
I
but
think
we do need to
atheism is
start calling her
bankrupt.
snogs. I like that.
So yeah, snog or snogs or snogs? I'm sorry.
It's snugs.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Well, in the Netherlands, it would be snow. In the Netherlands, it would be snogs. So
That's right. He's used to Dutch.
Snugs like
He's been
nubs.
indoctrinated by Dutch.
Yeah, JJ is a pantheist.
A lot of people don't want to talk. In fact, most of the people around here probably don't want to talk about the definition of atheism, which is why I brought it up, because I'm an asshole.
well, what's your definition then?
It's kind of a meme. It depends on what you mean. I can use the word atheism to refer to a couple different things. I can either mean that you just don't have a belief in a God, any particular God, or any gods at all, or you doxastically hold the position that there are no gods, or maybe you can't.
So I heard did you say pantheist, or what did I hear in reference?
Down in that audience, I was like, they gonna get him. They gonna jump on.
Oh yeah.
They gonna come out the toothpaste on him. He gonna go to brush his teeth. They gonna pop.
Anymore, but it seems to me that insofar as identity truths can be discoverable and knowable a posteriori, that is
enough to account for its non-triviality, and insofar as the truths of identity are not derivable from the nomological necessary facts, it's also not redundant.
No, sorry. The identity between normative facts. When you say the statement X is identical to Y, X being normative facts and Y being natural facts, when you say that statement is necessary, that is presumably, if you're going to be committed to the claim that that is naturally necessary, right? Then that itself is going
But I'm not.
to be.
At least not anymore, because
not,
I've shifted my way of speaking to your way of speaking. And so I would no longer say that identity relations are naturally necessary. I would say that they are identitarily necessary.
Well, then you're just look. If all identity statements are necessary, right? Then when you say identities, when you say when you say identitarily necessary statements are necessary, you're just saying identity statements are identitarily necessary statements.
The true ones, yes. The true ones, yes.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, then that's just going to look. I don't know how else clear I could put this, right? You're saying all identity statements are necessary, right? Mm-hmm. There is this identity statement that's going to be analyzed under identity modality, and that identity modality is going to say something like that which is identitarily necessary is an identitarily necessary statement, right?
Well, that's a trivial thing to say.
Well, I'm just saying that that's just going to be trivial. Exactly. It's not going to be informative.
I wouldn't. Well, what's informative is not. What's informative is not that the true identities are necessarily true. That's not informative. What's informative, which identity statements are true.
Yeah,
you know, if you
what is Yahweh?
True. If it's true, it's just
he's
necessarily true.
They speak of Yahweh as God in the Old Testament.
You find out that Samuel Clemens equals Mark Twain.
And that's what you were thinking about. I was thinking about.
You didn't know. When you find out that if that identity is truly necessarily true, you're not informed. Because that's true. But it's the first one that is informative.
So we'll say all primates are. If you turn
at Mark Twain,
the Independent Origins Handbook.
Oh, but when you say Mark Twain is identical to, that's just to say that it's necessarily true.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I didn't use the word necessary.
I know you did
on purpose. So it's not to say that.
Are you saying that that's an identity claim?
Yes, but not a necessary identity claim. I'm sorry. It's not a claim. It's not.
All identity claims are necessary.
That's also true, but that doesn't mean that all claims about identity are claims about necessity.
All claims about identity. That's not the case that all claims about identity are claims about necessity. Well, then what are they claims about then?
Well, they're claims about identity, obviously.
Sorry, I had a call. What are they claims about then?
Identity.
Identity claims are about identity?
Well, they're also about what's being identified with what. So if I say Samuel Clemens is identical to Mark Twain, that's about Samuel Clemens. And that's also about identity. But it's not about necessity. It's only about necessity if I say it is necessarily true.
Yes, but it's about a relation between two presumably objects. Sorry,
one object.
One object is presumably a relation between two sets of properties. I know you don't like property talk.
No, it's not about properties, actually. It's not about properties. It's a relation that an object has to itself.
Okay, but that's, I mean, look, that you agree that that's a necessary truth, correct?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that the statement Mark Twain equals Samuel Clemens is a statement about what is not. It's I don't understand how we can say that something is a statement about necessity if it doesn't use the necessity word or operator. I mean, you can have a logic that isn't even modal, and its truths may be necessary, but if it's not a modal logic, you're not making claims about necessity.
I'm not talking about that. I said specifically, is that a necessarily true statement? And you said yes, right? Okay, if you...
But it's not a statement about necessity. So if I say A equals B, and you didn't know that,
it's a statement about. It's a statement about. It's presumably a statement about a relation that is necessary.
Sure, but
it holds necessarily. So it's well, then it's a statement about a relation which is necessary. It's a statement about a necessity.
I mean, I think aboutness is a little. It being.
It's changed. Some people. Is that a prank?
If you make a claim about
apparently, that's hilarious. Like a mangina.
I'm here. Look, this is all meant to just
pretty funny.
Being either.
I got trolled from the word scumbag. No, this is interesting though to me, right? Like I know this will get shut down for sure after that. Okay, we'll go right to it. So interesting that you know Ace. Now there's a guy here that he enjoys calling people scumbags and scumbuckets and morons, this kind of thing.
Is such words an identity, right? And the statement is about a relation that needs to be necessary.
It's not.
Well, actually, there's two people that do it. It'd be Graham and this guy Kevin, though. He recently called a lady. I think he called her a scumbucket last night.
No,
it's hilarious.
We're not saying that. We're not saying that the relation is identical.
You see, she believes
may be true, but let's not confuse ourselves. We're saying that the relation is identical.
Grace-like. As best I can explain. I think along the same lines. I don't know everybody fails. See, that's a big problem there, though. But but some people last, and others they try. Anyhow, they argue over this stuff of who's saved and not. But this guy, he holds a very strong stance.
Landscape, which
doesn't
meet.
I don't know what the strong stance is. He likes to fight with people that I guess think that
and I'm using
the part do bad things, he wouldn't go having anyhow.
Which is an area which most people
he called her a scumbucket.
Adopt terms that are used in
I was just surprised. It just seemed like a mean thing to say to somebody. It's the attitude that bothers me. I realize people have different ideas, doctrinal resources.
All I meant to.
And obviously we have some pretty radical differences at times, but I brought up one of Ace's followers there to show something very extreme where someone says that Yahweh himself is Satan. That's a problem. But this stuff, especially call somebody a scumbucket,
so
that's not good.
Subtle?
I think there's like
but not unknown. Coincidentally, I happen to be halfway. It's been a month now because I've been reading it with a friend, but I've been halfway through reading a paper on consciousness and materialism, which has very similar structure to this argument, and it basically argues what I've been saying. Although I haven't read the whole paper, I've only read half, but it argues that that if we recognize the resolution of the consciousness problem to be about it's an awkward way to put it, but the identification of the correct identity between the mental and the physical, then insofar as identities can be known a posteriori, then the arguments from conceivability simply don't track, because you wouldn't expect to be unable to conceive of the identity being false, even if it is necessary. So I'm familiar with the structure of this.
Well, the DNA sequence is like it's a spiral. I think that's how life is, like with the whole Satan thing and stuff. Like,
do you really want to rest?
It spirals. It's all together. It's all mixed together, and it's all one. But like, you can't really distinguish one from the other.
Well, because I just think that the language that you've appropriated.
You can't extinguish one thing for another, meaning what? Satan and what? I'm not sure if I follow you.
So, like God from God, basically, because God is one.
Like wrapping up here.
God is doing everything.
Wait a minute. Are you,
Yeah,
well,
I'll message him. He's like.
It's a shame.
But,
I'm trying to think where to go with this. So you've been following Ace for a while, I guess you're saying. And he's always saying God is one, yes.
Well, God's doing everything.
If they sign off on the
Well, you realize that, at least Shirley's,
and then
how can I say this?
maybe just kind of
You have the ability to make choices, good and bad.
You do, but it's what's given to you. It's like that's where the cross of it is. Everyone has a Christ thing because the live is Christ.
And everything I've said rests on that mistake. So we're basically arguing a very fine point that is a consequence of a much larger debate that's been going on for 40 years. And I think that makes both sides very powerful and interesting.
Okay, would you sign off on that, Darth, or no?
Darth in there.
Of your critique.
Sure, I'll take it as like a typical critique given in the literature of a posteriori necessity.
Okay, now do you want to attempt to steel man Rodrigo?
I mean, I just take it that he thinks that there's this idiosyncratic modality in which normative facts are identical to natural facts, and
School photo of George Dawkins.
It's going to be from, the 70s. The late
79.
70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty close to 80s then.
Is that actually what he looks
Yeah.
like?
It looks like a
That's why he's overconfident. He's a handsome.
He was a handsome fellow. I doubt he still is.
These people who used to be handsome fellas, they coast on that beauty for so long.
He's not
Well,
as
did you
confident
see-
as you think.
I agree.
Did you see the photoshopped versions of that photo that Delano did, where I think he colorized it and then ran it through an age processing?
Yeah, those are hilarious.
Malk, you know you're describing me, right?
That might also be true.
Yeah.
JJ, can I send you an inappropriate TikTok?
That statement never needed to be asked. Like, JJ lives for inappropriate anything.
Jen, I would like to see the photos that Delano did, if you could, and also maybe that TikTok.
I think Jack might have them, but I don't know if he can send them to you. Message. Oh, he's on a trek, so he won't send them to you either.
I can wait.
I think I saved at least a few of them, but I don't know how to post things here. But
You guys are brutal.
Are we?
Well,
what do you mean?
Brutal? You were brutal?
I think we act chummy.
About what?
I think we behave in a chummy manner.
yeah, I don't know if I'm brutal. I wouldn't say that. I do cop to being an asshole at times.
Yeah, I saw
But
that in
mostly,
your profile.
I'm love. I am love.
I agree with that.
That is
Okay.
I'll
that is
second
the theme of the TikTok.
Nice. I'm waiting.
I gotta find it. I've been on TikTok a lot since having COVID, and so it's further back than I thought. I gotta scroll.
You're me hanging here, so to speak. So to speak.
Yeah, I know. I caught it. That was a.
Anybody had any reindeer cherries yet this year?
What?
Yes.
Rainier cherries.
Yes, I got some for my kids because they'd never had any. I don't particularly like cherries, but they did.
As in
Rainier
cherries from Washington State, or it's a
Yeah.
Rainier cherry?
Well, I think they're grown other places, but that might be what they're named after. But they're a variety of cherry. They're yellow.
Oh, definitely not then.
And plumper and juicier and sweeter than other cherries. I have an uncle that at least used to have a orchard in Montana. He all kinds of cherries and shit. These particular ones are from Washington, though. I better not eat many more of these at a time. Oh, Jane. What are you doing to me?
Well, I didn't realize it needed to be imminent. I was just asking permission. You don't understand. I'm on TikTok. I've been locked in my room for 4 days doing absolutely nothing while I've had COVID, keeping my family from getting sick. And so I've been on TikTok, so I gotta scroll. Just leave me.
I forgot about that. Wait, you don't sound sick.
Yeah, I feel 100% fine today. So hopefully well, I don't think I'm going to test negative tomorrow, but that'll be day 5. And then I can leave my room and wear a mask in the house for the next 5 days. Hopefully I'll be cleared after that and nobody else will get sick. So everyone else is testing negative.
Is this the Omicron COVID variant?
I have no idea. I have been fully vaccinated and have had 2 boosters. My last booster was in June, like the end of June. But I started a job. I had been at home 100% of the time for the last 2 years, and started a job in June. And I guarantee you, I got sick at work.
Yeah, it's probably the Omicron B5 variant then.
Yeah.
Which is good news because that is supposed to be the one that's not too
probably
strong or too.
John, I swear to
No,
God.
it's not that.
Sounds pretty weak though.
No, it took him a really long time for that to happen. Jesus.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah.
He's getting sleepy, you can tell.
Oh no, it's a pandemic.
The China virus stuff.
Chinese virus.
China.
Jane, are things okay with the new job, with you being sick and everything? Are they okay?
Yeah, so thankfully, I'm a sub for a route. So the person who has the route works 5 days a week, and then I work on her days off. And because I'm new, I don't know any other routes, so they only have me scheduled on her days off, and she clumps them because she's going to retire in the next couple years. So she takes Thursday, Friday of 1 week, and then Saturday, Monday of the next week, all clumped together. So I just finished a clump, and then I don't work for like 10 days. So my last day at work was on Monday. I got sick Wednesday, and so I haven't missed any work yet.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was just that part-time.
Well, it's not going to be part-time once I know more routes. I asked them to kind of delay that if they could because my kids are home from school right now. So my husband works from home, and so he watches them during the day, but they bug him, and he can't get much done. So I asked them to wait until they're back in school full time and
You know, you expose them to COVID, you would then have justification to lock them in their rooms.
Is JJ messed up for anybody?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
fix
your
microphone,
audio's
JJ.
messed up.
Sounds like he's underwater.
He'll fix it. He always does. He might also be underwater. I don't claim to know that he's not on. Somehow worse.
The genetics and stuff, it gets so blurry.
That's not very well.
So you want to turn the age original
Why?
lost its distinction. It's poison.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, it took me a minute. Now this is starting here.
That's going to preserve the nation. That's
Should be at 5:40.
Land. That's where he's going to put his eternal throne.
I'm about right there.
But I'm just saying, like,
I want to invest. Here we go.
The filthy scum bucket that she is in the chat.
Okay. I want to address Janet Duckridge, this filthy scumbucket she is in the chat. That's what he just said. Now, oh, man. Look, wait, I'm going to get my coffee. I'll be right back.
Linda says he's very headstrong. Oh, Linda, so diplomatic. Kevin is a novice, a nasty-mouthed novice, a poser, a plagiarist, a mimicker. He mimics Gavin Hurleyman, tries to be really gruff and gnarly and, you know, like, he thinks people are supposed to be, I don't know, scared of him or think he's very powerful of speech. Praises him. Apparently, I think it's artificial. I don't think Praise thinks. I honestly do not believe that Praise thinks Gavin is all that clever. I really don't. That's my opinion. It doesn't surprise me that Kevin refers to Janet
Mark, I know you have animals, but do you have horses?
as a scumbag.
Our neighbors have horses.
I don't agree.
Oh.
We just have cows. We have a mammoth donkey, chickens, dogs.
You say a mammoth donkey?
Yeah, it's like a donkey but big.
I mean, Praise does the same thing.
Well, that sounds
weird. Just differently. He keeps calling.
Can I describe something I just learned recently about Omega and Omicron?
What?
So in Greek, Omega and Omicron So omega is omega, with the O being a long O, and Omicron being a short O, correct?
Omicron.
My only loyalty is to Jesus Christ and His Word. I've got no loyalty to any of you people.
No one can defeat Unicron.
Mostly you're all Christians.
There's only one N in Omicron.
But I've got no loyalty.
I'm really worried about this Starscream epidemic that's coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Starscream.
So hang on a second. So omega in Greek is the long O. So omega, mega being the most big, it's mega. So it's the biggest thing. Whereas micron, O-micron, is the short sound. So in Greek, omega is the long sound, and O-micron is the short sound. So in
big
Greek,
O, little O. Right.
Yeah, basically, you have the big O and little O right there in the name. And I just learned that last week, and I was floored. So there you go.
That's Greek for you.
These Greeks
Yes.
should have spoke English. They're so smart.
I thought, well, I mean, he usually turns up for Praiser Stream. Blah, blah, de blah, blah. But I found it interesting that when Fro left, Kevin turned up within...
Did you know that, Jack?
10 minutes.
Yes.
And Jamie was
Oh,
there, so Kevin
Liar.
dragged in, of course. Had another go at Jamie.
I know quite a bit about the history of that Greek alphabet.
It'll just be coincidental
Liar. Explain.
or something,
Well, I mean, I got sort of interested in trying to trace the, well, from the, well, it's actually going pretty far back. So I was kind of interested in how you got the Phoenician sound system, which, was represented in the 22 letters of the Phoenician alphabet. Because, in fact, the inventory of consonants in Semitic was much bigger than that. It was probably something like 29 consonants in Proto-Semitic. And that coming from an even larger inventory that is reconstructed for Proto-Afroasiatic languages. And in Hebrew, in fact, they have a slightly larger inventory. They have 23 consonants, but they borrowed the Phoenician alphabet, so they had to double a sound double a letter for two sounds.
How many vowels
They
do
use
they
the
have?
same letter for two sounds. In Hebrew?
Yeah, how many vowels do they have in Hebrew? Vowels? Well, vowel sounds.
I think it's basically 5 different vowel qualities. But those are not represented in the alphabet. They write well, for the most part. I mean, there are actually these consonantal representations of vowels, but for the most part,
I'm going to try to present it this way. So let's go to a Baptist church.
did not actually represent a vowel.
Let's go to a Methodist church.
To represent a vowel. What it represents
Let's go to a
is
Presbyterian
which
church.
is the glottal stop.
How about some type of independent
sound,
church?
you know,
Maybe,
like
I don't
the
know. Let's see.
makes when they say
There's no doubt, you guys back and forth, whatever. But to call her a scumbucket, where the heck are you coming from?
that it seems more like an absence of
This is irritating.
when you go uh-oh.
False gospel that he just picked up from SDA. First, you know what, Jamie? Not Jamie. Kevin, I think what you're teaching is a false
So
gospel.
this
That's my
alphabet was
opinion.
borrowed by the Greeks.
Whatever. But I think
And the Greeks didn't have all the Phoenician sounds, So there were extra letters that there was sort of like no use for in Greek. But then they needed, the way that Greek is structured, you can't actually write it without vowels in the same way that you can with Semitic languages, because see, all Semitic, basic Semitic words, like basically verbs, nouns, adjectives, are composed of like 3-letter roots, and then by varying the vowels you change the meaning. So like the root, like in Arabic, to give one example, like KTB is like, those 3 letters, KTB, represent the concept of writing. And so then you can, by putting vowels, different vowels, in between or in front of or at the end of those 3 letters, you can then have all the different words derivable from the concept of writing. So it could be I write, you wrote, they were writing, the noun writing, the noun writer, all those things. That's called a root and pattern system. And so that Semitic languages are well suited to writing without vowels, but with Greek it doesn't have that kind of triliteral root system, so the vowels were sort of more important. So some of the letters that represented consonants that didn't exist in Greek were turned into vowels, and that's what the aleph. That's how the aleph became alpha, which is the vowel ah. Because they didn't have a glottal stop in Greek, or at least it wasn't phonemic. And the Greek alphabet of today is somewhat different from the Greek alphabet of antiquity, because in the early Greek alphabet there were some letters that are no longer in the modern Greek alphabet. So, like, for instance, they had a W sound. Like, if you heard of the philosopher Anaximander or Anaximenes or Anaxagoras, there were 3 philosophers with the name beginning with Anax. That is a Greek word for king, which was originally Wanax, because there was a W sound in Greek, and so they had borrowed a letter from Phoenician, the Vav, I think, which is sometimes called a wow. They turned that into a W, and there was a Greek letter for that, which ended up getting dropped when W's disappeared from spoken Greek. But what's interesting is that one version of the Greek alphabet was in Italy, because Italy was actually southern Italy colonized by the Greeks. And so they came into contact with the Etruscans and other Italic tribes. And so the Etruscans and the other Italic tribes borrowed the Greek alphabet to write their languages. And then the Romans borrowed the Etruscan alphabet, and that's how we have a Roman alphabet. It's a derivation of the Etruscan alphabet, which derives from the West Greek alphabet, which derives from Phoenician. And so there's all kinds of interesting stories behind each letter. You can trace every letter in English, in the say the English alphabet, back to pretty much back to like a Phoenician character. Some of them actually had multiple instantiations, like I think actually the letter, I think it's the letter Vav or Wow, is the source of like 5 English letters. It's very bizarre how it got like it multiplied. There's a good series on it, actually. On this guy, Jackson Crawford, has a channel. He's an Old Norse specialist. And he makes some videos on history of language. And he did a series with another guy, I'm trying to think of that guy's name, on the history of the alphabet. And so they go over all that. And that other guy, I'm trying to think of his name, he did like a even more in-depth series on his channel. But if you go to Jackson Crawford's channel and look for the alphabet, you could find them easily. But if you're interested, I can look for the other ones. Yeah, so Omega was not in the original Phoenician alphabet, but they had a distinction between a long and short O in Greek, and of course there was no letter for the O.
Back up. So, what was it called if it was not Omega?
No, there was no letter for it originally. Omega was a kind of addition to the Greek alphabet, because what they borrowed from the Phoenicians ended up being inadequate.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah. So Omicron is an example of a letter that was kind of like a new letter. Sorry, Omega was. Did I say Omicron? I meant Omega.
Yes, you said Omicron.
Yeah, I meant Omega.
Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
Philip's here, yeah.
Yay. Yay. And that dumbass Altoids here.
Why are you calling him a dumbass?
Thinking bees have knowledge and shit. I'm joking, Jay. It's facetious.
Hey, what's up, JJ?
All of which is just to remind John Lee that he's a dumbass.
He's now spamming Bible verses in chat.
Yeah.
I always find that to be really odd. Like, why doesn't he spam Bible verses in real life?
I
But in
shouldn't say
chat,
spam. He did one, so that's not spamming.
Oh, Jack said Omega, so he had to reference the Bible.
Yeah.
Yes, that's literally what happened.
Jack was talking about Greek letters, and John Lee thought, well, maybe thought is the wrong word.
Org. Claps his face.
I don't know what you call that, but he heard Greek letters, and that triggered something in, I guess, what you'd call a brain. There's some kind of recall going on